Welcome to Chill Hangout, Episode 1. I am your host, Devious Dave Rose. And as always, let's start off by showing our gratitude and appreciation for all those who have chosen to spend their time with us here today. We have Inspector Todd, It's the Costanza, Derailed News and Podcast, Bry Guy, Jay Diz, It's Steve, Callan, Tribunal King, Ronald Booth, Clam Baked, and I'm sure that many people will be filtering in as well. I did not do the usual of alerting people that I was going to be live through my usual method of Skype. I'm also wondering, how's my sound? I'm keeping the music playing in the background. I don't know if you can hear me well over it. I'll lower it a little bit more. There we go, that should be good. I'm just monitoring my levels here, so it looks like it's okay. It's still audible, but I want to make sure it's not interfering with my voice, which actually sounded a little hoarse now that I'm listening to it. I've been away for a bit, obviously. I've been really busy. Responsibilities, family stuff that people, certain people wouldn't know about. Like Shid. Hi, Shid! Hi! Hi, Shid! But, yeah, been really busy trying to do some side hustles as well. And, trying to keep my head above water. So Jada says, sounds good now. Ronald Booth says that's better. It's funny because I've lowered the volume on, because I'm playing this from a YouTube video. It's practically nothing. And I've got my volume lowered on OBS. So it's not overwhelming my mic, which is maxed out as it is, and it can't go any lower unless I fucking swallow it, or any higher unless I swallow it. So I do appreciate the input. Let me just move this over here, get this done, and close that. And yes, Bry Guy also confirms that it sounds better. We got 18 viewers in the chat. Shout out to you. Hope you are enjoying a somewhat okay Wednesday. Just, I don't know if you know, but we have martial law in Canada now. So from the federal level, they've declared martial law, and it applies across the country. And then Ontario has a state of emergency, which applies further rules. And then we have, certain cities like Windsor, Ottawa, declaring states of emergencies as well, which just, really fucks things up. I know some people were mentioning to me the other day they wanted me to let them know when I go live, so I'm just gonna send a few more messages here. Plus it'll allow for some people to come in. I know that the alerts hardly ever work. But yeah, I'm just gonna send a few messages here. Looks like people are responding now. And it's a somewhat mild day today here in Ontario, but tomorrow we're gonna get at least half a foot, supposedly. So we'll see what we're in store for. It's supposed to rain tonight, and then tomorrow turn into sleet and freezing rain, and then snow, and not the funnest thing. And we're halfway through February, so we'll see what happens. There's Travis in the chat. Shout out to Travis and Arushan Chu. Thank you for joining us here today. There's Mitch DC. We hardly ever see you around. Being, I guess, in Belgium. I think it's Belgium. You know, obviously times are slightly different, you know, hence a time zone. And yes, fuck Trudeau. I do agree. Canadians don't say let's go Trudeau. They say fuck Trudeau. But yeah, that's something else. It's funny. Trudeau's being criticized by all these people around the world. There are American politicians who are basically straight out saying America needs to take action against this. They, you know, Canada needs to be held accountable for the fact that they're literally like disallowing free expression and you know, violating, you know, or abusing their power, I should say, and that you know they're demanding peaceful protests, which is what it is. There's been no violence by those in the convoy. There have been people who, you know, have been confirmed Antifa, who basically were either, you know, assaulting people, stealing shit, or breaking stuff. And it became very clear that's not who's consisting of this this massive convoy. There's Australians. It's funny, even Australia with their fucking the shit that they've allowed, they're calling out this bullshit. People in England, for example, they're actually saying, well, there's this one, for example, Marcus Fish, MP. In the UK, he says, I'm writing today to the Foreign Secretary to ask her what the UK is doing to discourage Canada from arbitrary and authoritarian measures against Canadian residents and their rights. We should do what we can to help our good friends there find a better way. I mean, that's huge. French, well, you guys don't understand French, so it'd be purposeless for me to, you know, say it to you. But you've got actual French politicians as well from France that are they're calling this out. They're actually calling on their president to actually ask. I'll try to translate it as quickly as possible, but they're telling their president to intervene here. That this is there's never been anything to parallel this in history. This project is supposed to be democracy. They're going to pass it by force. Unfortunately, liberalism is authoritarian. Brazilian politicians, I can't read Brazilian. I could try to translate, but it's a challenge for me. Dutch politicians and singers and actors, like it's amazing that it's spreading around the world, that people see this for what it is, and that even with the bullshit that goes on in you know, other countries with the authoritarian shit that they've had to deal with, everyone sees Canada, you know, as, you know, a litmus test, as a canary in the coal mine, and even they are calling it out with their, you know, say, for example, with the authoritarian measures that they've used in England, they're still calling out Trudeau because they see it as even more authoritarian. So that says a lot. D-Well says, did anyone see the weird video Tommy posted? I did not. If you want to post the link in the chat, I believe you should be able to do so. I haven't disabled that feature. I don't believe it's just for mods, but if not, send it to me on Skype and I'll show it, I guess. Let's see, there's some action in the chat here. Travis says, here's Tribunal King, the evil troll doing malicious things right under our noses the whole time. I'm not privy to that joke. Clambake says, strangely, out of my circle living in Massachusetts, no one is alone. He fucking liberal like most of the nuts out here. Ghost of Tommy's Barber says Tommy still does YouTube. I think he still does shows and Mailbox Monday and stuff, but I think he's talking about a TikTok, because now, you know, that's all the rage for Tommy is all TikTok, so. You know, when somebody says, "Did you see the latest video that Tommy made?" It's usually TikTok. And I don't have TikTok, but I've got people sending me the clips. Oh, you got to see this and this and that. It's just like, ugh, this is so cringe. And it's he thinks he's gonna break it out big, or break out big with the TikTok and stuff. That one viral video is gonna get him brought back onto, say, Comedy Central or something like that. And it's just, come on, man. If he had actually been smart after he had blown up, if he'd actually been smart and got a business manager, he probably would have probably done quite well. And, you know, if Joe didn't encourage him to act in a manner that was bad for his brand, you know, you could have seen big things from Tommy. So, and I always thought that, and I said that even when I was working with Joe, is that you can't, I mean, if you're looking out for the guy, you got to look out for the fact that you're bringing him to a situation where, you know, if he wants to be all, you know, prime and proper, that he can't be talking about sex, he can't be talking about fucking, you know, he can't be cursing and all that sort of thing, if you really, you know, are looking out for that brand. So I got the link now. Let's see what this is about here. Let me do this. I'll show you guys. So let me just set this up again to do what it's supposed to do. Let's see if it's got the right one. Give me a second. There we go. Nope. Yeah, there. Yes. Yes. All right. I'm going to pause the music so it does not interfere with this. And I'm going to, give me a second here. Shibbity bop. Oh, come on. What the Just bear with me here, people. This is not what I asked for. No, this is being stupid. Hold on a second here. Okay, you know what? Fuck that. Fuck that. Let's do this one more time. No. Oh, so my browser wants to be stupid. Okay. Okay. Motherfucker. When it rains, it pours. All right, fuck all. Fuck off. Fuck all. All right. Oh, I guess I'm going to have to do it this way. Okay. Oh, hold on. Oh, we're almost there. This is looking bad, people. Why is this still showing this garbage? All right.
Hello, everybody. This is a message I want to send out to women, that you don't have to deal with the abuse. And there are women out there that are abused by their husbands and they're in toxic relationships. And I want to say that you can get out. You can escape him. And I want to say that if I ever see a man beat up a woman, I will end your life. I will get to the point where I beat the ever-loving shit out of you. If I ever see that happen, I will break that person. I do wrestling promos sometimes, but this is for real. I want to say this to all the women out there. If you need help, please seek help. Please get out of that relationship. And I don't judge anybody. If there's any women that want to share your story of your past abuse, leave in the comments below. There will be no judgment. And I just want to reach out to the women of Facebook, or maybe the women of Twitter, but I just want to say I believe in you.
Reaching out, touching you, touching me, sweet Tommy, ba ba ba.
Don't deal with this torture or this pain. You are strong. You are a warrior. Thank you. Keeping you on the inside fact.
Okay. Let's go to the chat to see what the input is on that. I'll just correct this here. There we go. So, let's see here. Mitch DC says, Tommy the White Knight. Yes, that's exactly correct. J-Diz says, real great. Tommy's method of fighting would be effective. That would be effective to be sitting on someone. And yes, death threats, people. Death threats. Tiff says, Tommy, we already know that, but believe it or some of us are actually attracted to assholes. That's, well, at least Tiff is being honest about the female condition. And there's so many fucking stories of a couple actually having a domestic fight, you know, and like it's getting physical. And some guy, you know, intervenes and he gets his ass kicked by both of them because for whatever reason, she likes to get knocked up and, or beat up, possibly knocked up too. But, and that's that. I mean, don't ask me to explain it. I don't have a vagina, but that is what it is. Also, what did he say? He's escape. You can escape those death threats, right, Travis? Ghost of Tommy's Barber says that left an awful taste in my mouth. Yes. And you know what? Here's another thing. Let's consider this. The guy has, I mean, he makes Liberace look straight with all the fucking opulence that he has. So if he started pounding anything with his fists, well, chances are he might end up breaking a finger or two. More importantly, though, imagine, for example, that does happen, or at least he bruises his fingers. They're going to swell to the point where they're the fucking like sausage fingers. But because the rings are going to be on there, they're going to, you know, it's going to cause, you know, blood flow problems. And it's like, it's going to have to be probably cut off. Like seriously, think about it. I mean, yeah, it's just, it's crazy that, that he would straight out say, oh, I'm just going to kill you. So you, wow. I mean, yes, obviously he's emotional, but the bigger thing is, well, the biggest thing here is Tommy. He is the elephant in the room, but the less bigger thing is the fact that he's mentioned that he's got into tussles twice, I think. But he actually acts kind of like Danny MT, who, you know, just will fly off the cuff to tell you how great he is at fighting and such. And, you know, it becomes quite evident that if you have to push it that hard, there's something questionable. I guess Derailed beat me to it. I was going to say this in a bit. But Escape is, or was, an R&B group. I remember them. Jada says, if someone hit a female in front of you, Tommy, and then the guy calls him fake, can you imagine the extra rage behind it? Oh, that would be fucking awesome. You know, it could be something like he punches the girl or something. He says, that's that's more real than your show will ever be, or than you will ever be. And then he'd like the full rage. Tiff says, I wouldn't count Tommy out in a fight. I bet he would. He has the retard strength. Well, again, if he grabs onto you, he's got looks like some fat hands, so he might be able to, keep a hold of you. But don't expect him to do a German suplex on you. Don't expect him to, lock in a sharpshooter or anything like that. It's really just to grab, and a few good strikes to those knees, and he collapses entirely. Does he even do leg day, bro? So plus obviously the upper weight will collapse quite quickly. I've seen a few comments here I'd want to comment on. Let's see. Jada says it's Black History Month, not Women's History Month. Arushan Chu says what we all know, which is Tommy wouldn't do shit. Remember the time where he was talking about working at one of his the clown factories, the fright places, Halloween, and that some guy with his girlfriend came up like into his room or something, and he like try to scare them, and then the boyfriend he talked to the girl, I think, and the boyfriend said something to him, and then he just backed down. So it's like, yeah, come on. Yeah, it's quite comical. Bry Guy says autistic rage and Riri strength. Yes, but it's not coordinated. So it's like when he walks. Like if you've seen some of his videos where he's pretending to be Vince McMahon, the walk is just all over the place. Tiff says, imagine if the Special Olympics had boxing. Those would be some epic fights. Actually, I'm surprised they don't have boxing. I mean, that's a perfect winning combination. In fact, why isn't there some underground fucking UFC made for retard fights? I mean, they had bum fights, right? This would be the next level. Like, it's the next obvious step. Tiff says, Drew, I can see a referee getting knocked out by accident. Oh, yeah. Or actually, I could probably see them getting knocked out on purpose. But, yeah, that's very, very comical. And oh, Tommy. Oh, Tommy. By the way, Skype lines are open. It's a just chill hangout, no rules. Trying to keep the drama to a minimal. Well, slip the jab rock and all that sort of thing. Yeah, you know what? Since I brought it up already, we might as well talk about it. There's no real... Oh, I forgot to activate my music again. There we go. So, as you may know, YR's been streaming as of late. Ken was on. Ken did a couple of streams. And Simo is always irrelevant as ever. We haven't seen, I guess, a video from him in quite some time, other than this small little excerpt that he took out of, I believe it was YR's show. Speaking of which, Vikings has gone crazy a couple of times this week. That was somewhat comical. Yeah, I guess I'll play this. So let me just pause this, check the chat. And this is not going to be a drama breakdown or anything like that. This is more just to comment on it in passing. Before I do, let me just go to the chat here. Bry Guy says, Tommy versus Bullfrog in a boxing match. I would like to see that, actually. It'd be like Butterball versus another Butterball. J-Diz says, maybe Tommy made the video because he didn't like Crystal's new boyfriend. Who knows? But again, Women's History Month is in March. Tommy's always skipping over us blacks. Are you sure you don't mean whipping? But yeah, you know what? I kind of got that sort of feeling as well. Is that maybe this was he sees Crystal in a relationship and says that's toxic. So yeah, could be. Arushin Chu, sorry, Inspector Todd says before that, he says, I'm sure Russia is doing Riri fights in a gulag somewhere. Arushin Chu says, all Tommy wants is fame, but seriously, though, he shouldn't even be famous. Well, God works in mysterious ways. D. Welsh says he's mad because Trisha Paytas got pregnant. Is that why? Just like, she literally looks like the embodiment, like an anthropomorphic version of a pig and a human. It's repulsive. It's disgusting, and he's enamored with that body type. Which, what would you consider it? Blob, bovine, swine. I mean, obviously she has hooves. Back to the chat here. Costanza says Tommy would have been famous if he had never been on Joe's show. I don't know about that. I think Joe helped him get to that 100,000, despite Tommy continually denying it or not, focusing on it as it should. Because really, without that, he wouldn't have got the 100,000. Extreme Saft says Bullfrog was calling Nikki J last night. Did Nikki J take the call? Travis called me out. Yep, I meant Butterbean. But Butterball, thinking about turkeys and chickens and all that sort of thing. But yes, Butterbean, you are correct. Hey, I'm not perfect. Travis says Trisha looks like a female Tommy, which may explain why he's got that attraction. Yeah, Bry Guy says he tried calling into Ken's too. I remember that. And he just kept fucking hounding him and shit. It's so comical. Shout out to the 30 people out there. And hi, Shid. Hi. How's things in the UK? Clambake says, I'm fucking dying right now in Underground Retard Fight Club. The first rule about Fight Club is, I don't know. All right, let me get back to this. All right, so this is the video that that Simo played. It was Morning Mix that YR made the other day. I think it was 2 days ago. I found the part. I can't remember where it was in that stream. So I wish I had more of it, but this is good enough. It's 30 seconds. So the title of this video, which was made by Simo, is Foulmouth Ken says white people didn't come up with anything on their own and stole everything.
I mean, you see enough white people fucking doing it now. It's like you're stealing a culture of shit. It's just, I don't know, man. Like Eminem, I'm happy for him. He's a great rapper and shit. But
let's put it in the context. They were talking about basically the Super Bowl halftime show.
It just seems like, just another person stealing culture from another group of people.
Yeah.
Like Elvis did.
Who did he steal it from?
White people barely come up with anything on their fucking own, man. I mean, honestly, they really.
White people invented everything.
If somebody can find me the full clip, or at least the timestamp, I'll play the full thing. There was some more that would be nice to address. But as always, YR removing videos. He removed one apparently from last night. He removed this one. Like, seriously, YR, for shame. For shame. What are you scared of? What is your problem? What's your malfunction, Rico? But, I can build off that. So, obviously Simo trying to start some shit. And, during Black History Month, no less. Before I continue, let me just get back to the chat here. Derailed says, Bullfrog told me that wasn't him. Oh, that's right. He did message me the other day, and I sent the message to Ken saying he's telling me it's not him. Okay. See how inconsequential he is? Rushan Chu says, wait, knowing me, I'd have to clean the mess for the Riri Underground Fight Club. Clam Bakes with a good line. First rule of Retard Fight Club is banana. I think that's going to have to be. It's just going to have to be. It's the best fucking answer we got so far. Costanza says 30 minutes in. Well, I can't do shit without the video being up there, Costanza. Thanks for coming up. Jada says, okay, Drew, I bet 3 months to a day of him staying away, he will come up again. So far, he has proven me wrong. Jada says he sure did, Dave. D. Welsh says, to be exactly right, Dr. Dre recruited Eminem for the halftime show. See, I don't know the details about that. And yes, Jade is, again, highlighting what I just said. Why are hiding videos again and again? Clambake says, strangely, white people invented basketball. I believe you are correct. His name was James Naismith, and he was Canadian. And then he moved down to Cleveland and was working with the YMCA, and they developed this game, and it went through a few iterations and stuff before it got to, its current point. But yes, it was in fact a white Canadian. Travis says, I don't doubt it's a fake bullfrog just trying to stir shit up. Exactly. Yeah, so just to comment on this and stuff. Obviously the reference was to the halftime show. And I had a discussion the other day with Travis, about black influence on, contemporary music. And obviously you can't have rock and roll without jazz, or blues, or, many other things. But many things do, stem from jazz. Obviously, white people have their own music. And I mean, folk music, for example, is just the music of the people. So whether it be in Africa, folk music there, or folk music in Scandinavia, or in the Far East, or in the Americas, folk has always been folk because it is the sort of the music of those people. Now, obviously, modern folk music, Chris Christopherson, Bob Dylan in his early times, that's more contemporary folk. But yeah, Travis obviously being an accomplished musician, we had this discussion and stuff. But I did make a good point, is that, well, you have white people creating most of the instruments that have been, created up to this point. So you won't be able to get jazz without instruments created by white people. So, it is a comical, flippant remark by Ken. I understand, why he's saying that, but he is being flippant in his remarks. I think that if he was to listen back to it, he'd be like, yeah, maybe I should just change the way I said it and so forth. Because, obviously it's not factually correct. And I know that he knows it's not factually correct. Give me 1 second. All right. So back to this. And I'm sure that, Simo wanted to start shit and all this. But again, I've never heard Ken say, I hate white people, or white people are the worst race ever. I've heard Joe say that multiple times, but I've never heard Ken say that. I don't think Ken has any, typical Cronin intent in this. But before I continue, D. Will says, and the Eminem took the knee because the NFL told him he couldn't do it. NFL had told Dre that he couldn't say the lyrics, I still hate the police. So Eminem is supporting the African American culture. Travis says, Ken's not totally wrong. Black music. Stop it, okay, Travis? Stop it. Just fucking stop it, okay? Ken's not totally wrong. Black music has a major influence on modern Western music. Nobody denied that. Obviously, there's music white people have contributed as well, but to deny black influence is flat out insane. You're being fucking stupid, Travis. You're being fucking stupid at this point. You're being Joe Cronin. Are blacks your pets too? Are blacks your pets too? Nobody ever fucking said that. Why are you getting so Joe Cronin white knightish defensive on this shit? Like, I'm getting tired of this shit, dude. I just explained. I didn't disagree with the modern influence that black people had on music, because jazz is what stems all this development of modern Western music. But for you to, like, you know, and I made a good point the other day. You know, how can you have jazz without an electric guitar, without a harmonica? White people made those. Okay, so stop with this fucking Joe Cronin shit, okay, and understand that it's obviously a combination of several different factors that develop this. I mean, could we have gotten to this point without classical music? Without the development of violins, of oboes, saxophones, brass instruments? Harushan Chu says, actually, Travis's pets are Asian, Dave. Well, that's called dinner. Yeah, so, you know, what I'm referring to here is that, you know, I think it's being taken out of context. Did he say this? Yes. If YR wasn't dumb and had actually left this video up, we could examine the entire thing, and you would hear more context to it, and you'd hear what he was actually saying. But, you know, Simo always try to fucking stir the pot and all that. And, you know, trying to, and I'm sure that, you know, obviously this is bait, but, you know, I like to take the bait, because you're not going to turn me against Ken, for one. And you're certainly not going to make this into a situation that can equivocate with the shit that I've gone through with Joe. Again, Ken has never, ever said white people are the worst race ever or white people are evil. Joe Cronin has. So that is something that needs to be taken into consideration here. Hold on a second. Travis says, this is why I don't express opinions. You do express opinions all the time, okay? Sometimes there are opinions that are right, and sometimes there are opinions that are misguided. Remember, like I said, some opinions can be wrong. That's a factual statement. It's not saying that no one has the right to voice an opinion that obviously doesn't encourage any crimes or anything like that. But other than that, well, factually, there are opinions that can be wrong. But we're not, again, we're not denying this, Travis. Like, nobody has said that black influence on Western music has been negligible. It's quite the opposite. You can see the influence all over the place. All right, back to the chat here. Costanza says what we all know. Black people are Joe Cronin's pets. Jada says, I tried to comment the same things Travis said just now in YR's chat. Still blocked, so yeah. But yeah, I agree with many points Travis just made. Okay, Jada, have I disagreed with any of those points? Have I ever not said that? I mean, I literally just made that statement there. Regardless, actually, speaking of Black History Month, just as a side note here, I thought it was quite comical, as do many, specifically due to the irony, that apparently a radio show, a radio station in Toronto called 93.5 Flow, or Flow 93.5, which has been around for about 20 years. It was like the staple hip-hop station, was basically like bought out, and they've changed over to, I guess, just Canadian music or something like that, rock music. And it's got a lot of people mad. And the irony is it's during Black History Month. So you might also see the hilarity in that. And many people have actually pointed that out as well with their, with their tweets and social media and stuff, that, you know, how ironic that this is done on Black History Month, or in Black History Month. Let's see here. Travis again, defending the indefensible. He says, when I'm saying, it was directed at Simo for putting up the video implying Ken is wrong. What I'm saying is Ken is not totally wrong, but nobody said he was wrong. I don't even think that Simo said he was wrong. I just think that he was just trying to start shit. He's trying to basically say, hey, Dave, look, this guy said white people didn't invent anything. And then you conveniently cut it out. The rest of it is like, look at the influence in music. Look at, you know, Eminem with a rap. Look at rock and roll. Look at jazz and all that stuff. So, you know, the context is not there. And again, why I should have left it up, because that's what I was hoping to do, which is to review what Simo did and then say, yeah, that was out of context. Because if you listen to the rest of it, you actually hear that this is not about inventions or anything. It's about specifically the influence of hip hop on Western music and how Eminem, you know, is using that style. Now, cultural appropriation, I wouldn't go that far. I mean, are we gonna say that for one group and not another? So you can't have, say, Jimi Hendrix ripping that fucking guitar, or Prince just destroying that guitar, but you can have, or you can have those, but you can't have Eminem rapping because he's white. I mean, anywho, the point of this was really just to highlight Simo's attempt to try to start shit and you know, really just laugh at him. Than anything else. All right, Travis, relax. I've got, you know, I've got the passionate blood of the Latino. Back to the chat here. JFR the Third says, Chuck Berry, Led Zeppelin, black dudes make it, white guys do it better. I don't know. I mean, there's some really good black guitarists out there. Jada says, no, Dave, not at all. I know you know your shit as well. J.R. Ford III says, white dudes do it so good. Black dudes put down the instruments and start talking about rhymes over beats. I don't know, man. Like, see, but that's the problem, is that how can I put this? Look at the instrumentation of people like Quincy Jones, who are extremely talented with symphonics, with leading a band, with orchestration, with writing music. Like, he's black, but he is fucking super fucking talented. And look at all that he's accomplished, even in production and such. Who else was I going to say? Barry White as well, just really, really knowledgeable about that. So yeah, I you know, it depends. I don't know. It really depends. It really depends. And I don't know. Music really is the language of the soul. And if it connects with you, that's awesome. I don't think that it should be specified on your race, on your culture, on your ethnicity, on your religion, or like. There's some beautiful African hymns. You know, they're sung by the indigenous and all that sort of thing. And they sound beautiful and stuff. The harmony with the voices and everything. I can't like that because I'm not black. In fact, and I can't remember the name of the song, but there was one song that we were taught. I did a choir sort of summer camp one time. It wasn't really summer camp, it was through the school. But yeah, I liked singing as a kid, and we did this African hymn. And if I can find it, I will maybe I can. I think this is it. Okay. Yeah, so I love to sing that song. It's a beautiful song, and I'm not black. Am I not allowed to enjoy that, to sing it? Let me see if this is it. Yep, that's it. That's the song. It's called Sia Hamba. I'm going to write it in the chat. It's a beautiful fucking song. Let me just put this here in the chat. So yeah, imagine Dave Rose at, what was I, 10, 11 years old, in a choir, singing the song, amongst other songs, but we sang the song. Yeah, this brings me back. And it's just such a beautiful song. But no, apparently I'm guilty of hate crimes, probably. Seaman, or Simo, sorry, Seaman. Simo, guilty of hate crimes. I can't sing that. And, well, I'm not going to, well, I could slightly apply it to Ken. You know, I'm just ribbing you, Ken, and all that. But, you know, I'm just trying to put out just really lay it out on the table and be like, this is just fucking stupid. Let's just stop fucking saying these things and, you know, think. But also, I do believe that a lot of, or if not most of what Ken said was taken out of context, which is why, again, I wanted to review the entire thing. But thank you, YR, for really fucking things up. Jade is in the chat, says, hold on a second here. I agree, Dave, that as well. The irrelevant ones always trying to stir things, but I heard the entire thing as well when Ken Bars and YR had the discussion the other day. Costanza says, I'm eating General Tso chicken in honor of Travis. The most non-Chinese food out there. Well, other than that, other than fortune cookies. Shout out to the 32 viewers right now. Isley Brothers, yes, great stuff. Jay Diz. Spartan King says, hip-hop has influenced music greatly, but let's not forget it glorified and mainstreamed gang culture and set the black community back decades. I can't deny that, but look at who was producing, look who was introducing things, and look who was trying to change sounds. Because if you take a look at the rap of the early 80s, there was a lot more positivity there. And, well, if you really take a look into the whole gangster rap history, it does look like it was purposely financed by the CIA and purposely set into motion this, you know, sort of mentality. So what you're saying is not far off. But yeah, look into the influence of the intelligence communities in hip-hop, and a lot will be revealed. Connor says Prince was pretty influential. Absolutely. Travis says something that he tells everyone every single fucking day. My favorite artist is Eric Clapton. So I know white people are capable of it. Okay. Derailed likes Desert Rose by Sting and Cheb Mami. That is a nice song, actually. Spartan King says, not all hip-hop, but gangster rap specifically. White America didn't know the difference, though. Costanza says, well, that will be a Dave Rose troll account. See a Hamba Rose. Connor says, sounds like a kiddie safari ride at a theme park. Well, you've got men's choirs that do the same thing, and it's obviously lower, so... Travis also confirms, yes, it was a pathetic attempt at stirring shit up. Jada says, Negro spirituals are things we grew up with. My elders taught us growing up singing, along with jazz music and a lot of old school R&B and soul music. Well, also, you know, a lot of legends and stories and history is passed down orally. And many a time it is done through music. So it is a way of sort of... passing down knowledge. Travis says, a lot of hip-hop artists have sampled white artist Bob James. He's the most sampled artist in hip-hop. I did not know that. Not even sure who Bob James is. Oh, now Tiff really hit it hard here. Kraftwerk, a German electronic music group from the 1970s, was his major influence in the birth of hip-hop. Well, they were also extremely influential in something that I know, progressive rock. So, fuck, Tiff with the fucking, what's the proper term when you make a deep cut? There we go. deep cut. But actually, I listened to a little bit of Kraftwerk the other day. Actually, I think at one point I had some LPs, but those are long gone. Travis says he's a composer and a pianist. Interesting. Just a reminder, Skype lines are open, so if anyone wants to call in, maybe YR wants to call in and ask for forgiveness and restore that video that he made private. And apologize a little bit. Let's see here. Hi Should Hi. I know you're watching. I know you're watching. And yeah, so I just wanted to comment on that. And, you know, it is Black History Month. I'm not sure when White History Month is, but I think Gay Month is in April, isn't it? Or July? I don't even know anymore. It's just let's just make this month, and today is International Foot Scratching Day, and it's fucking, it's all stupid. It's a waste of fucking time. Let's see. So Connor knows Kraftwerk as well. Costanza thinks he knows hip hop. Says Grandmaster Flash was real hip hop. Well, I'm going to have to defer to the Black Caucus here with one of its representatives, Jay Diz, to address the white boy and his comment. Surprising. I was expecting more calls today. I heard people were available, and you know, we're looking for an opportunity to call in, but hey, I can always do it solo. I know Ken is usually around at this time, and I'm going to hit Ken up now. I'm going to send him the link. Not going to hijack him like YR does and just call him up. There we go. Sent to Ken and again. What else? So talked about the martial law. Talked about Simo trying to start shit, and the music discussion and so forth. Oh, you know what? Let's get the music playing again. There we go. So Jadiz has decided on mercy upon the Costanza and says he was an OG Costanza, definitely. Lagoon, welcome Lagoon. He says, Buckethead is one of the most unique guitarists of all time. Another who's been a huge influence for the 80s metal was Joe Satriani, absolutely. But Buckethead is very unique. Again, going around with a bucket on your head, quite. He toured with GNR before they reunited for some time, I believe for Chinese Democracy, and I believe a tour before and afterwards. And yeah, he's quite skilled, and he's unique. He's very unique. Travis says, I can't call in, I'm at my job. That is fake. You know. Unreal. Faker. Oh, are you talking about Enrico Morricone? I think that's what it is. You mean the composer for Good, Bad, and the Ugly? And again, YR, poor form fucking taking your video down. Just unreal. And yet you're putting up your Judas Priest vocal sessions. Also, speaking of unreal, well, there's been some craziness with Vikings fan these days. He's going back and forth from mad and angry to apologetic and repentful, and doing his streams for hours and yelling and just, I don't know, crazy stuff. Tony's still at it with his shit, which is quite comical. Would have thought that, you know, he would have pulled a Dave Rose. And that's another thing that I keep asking. Yeah, so I was correct about the composer for Connor. Yeah, but I've been quiet, been obviously handling things. But more importantly is that I really fucking beat the shit out of drama, and a lot of people help too. And there really is not much left. I mean, it's a desolate landscape, if anything. But there's sometimes funny things that come up and all that. And now apparently Scott's mad at YR for breaking some sort of truce, which I don't remember YR ever making. I do remember Scott saying it's a truce, blah, 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 blah. You've got fucking Tony, who's, I guess, mad at YR and Ken. I don't know. He just sent me a message, so let's see what it says. It says, YR bitches at me for privating videos, but he does the same unreal brop. Okay. Oh, I guess maybe he meant bro. Shout out to Casey is raw in the chat. I liked your recent video of NES and Famicom cartridges. You got Travis basically saying, I have 100% no affiliation with Vikings. Always worried. Always worried. We had the Goon asking if I've ever listened to this Argentinian cumbia band called Rafaga. And no, I've never heard of them before. And I think I'll pull up a song. How about this? Why don't you recommend a song? What would be a good song for me to play so that I can hear what these guys are about? Because I see a lot of different songs. Mentirosa, Una Cerveza, No Te Vayas, Vete. So yeah, if you can tell me what I should play. There's a Argentinian rock band that has long passed, but long retired, but called Soda Stereo. They're actually really good, and they were known for big stadium concerts and stuff. Like, you should see some of these. Well, in all of South America, they've got these huge soccer stadiums that can house 80 to 100,000 people, and if you can fill that, and they do fill that up. And do a rock concert, it's incredible. I mean, Metallica's done it. Fucking AC/DC has what was it? This concert that they did at La Plata, and that was in Argentina, and it was just massive, fucking massive. Let me just get back to the chat here. It says, read my message before that one, Dave. Not worried in the slightest. Oh, you worried? You so worried? You are worried. You have to always tell them that it's not you sending me the links. And no, this is not Chinese accent. This is Japanese bad accent. It's like Mr. Miyagi making American Japanese who speak perfect English talk like retard. Alright, whatever. Spartan King says, I get he was making everything up on the spot, which is impressive, but just didn't have that night. I don't know what that's about. Or about. So, still waiting for the Goon to give a suggestion for what song I should play. Skype lines remain open for anyone who wishes to call in. It's always so funny, is days that people tell me, I want to call in, they don't call in. And then days that I don't mention the Skype, they're like, oh, I wanted to call in, you should have told me. Apparently I have to be everywhere. Mentirosa is apparently a good song, but it's strong cumbia. All right, well, let's take a listen. Mentirosa.
Para la gente, un saludo a la gente de Misiones, Corrientes y Chaco, y un saludo para Julio y para Pato, que mañana cumple años. Siga tomando más, te quedaste bien a los ojos. ¡Canta Ráfaga nuevamente!
This video has 13 million views. But I'm not get struck. I'm already digging it.
No vuelvas más, ya no te quiero ver. He sufrido tanto por tu querer.
And just to be honest, I prefer bachata personally, but yeah, this cumbia is actually, I'm liking it.
Mentirosa. Mentirosa. No vuelvas más, nunca más.
This guy's Argentinian. He fucking he looks like Jacob RP with long hair. Long, greasy hair.
Mi corazón, no creo más en tu falso amor. Mentirosa. Mentirosa. No vuelvas más aquí, nunca más a mis brazos. Cuando me decías que yo era solo para ti. Mentías cuando me decías que sin mi amor no eras feliz.
I'm gonna show you a photo of this guy.
Mentías, de mí te reías y te burlabas de mi gran amor.
Lower tier Argentinian.
Mentías y yo te creía, me destrozaste el corazón con tus mentiras.
And yes, there are low tier Argentinians. Trust me, I've met them all. Look at this guy. Look at this guy.
Hoy tiene dueña mi corazón. No creo más en tu falso amor. Mentirosa.
He looks like a Hispanic jungle boy.
Mentirosa.
The Goon, a Mexican Coke is good any time of the fucking year.
Más aquí, nunca más a mis brazos.
I'd still dance to this.
Mentías cuando me decías que yo era solo para ti. Mentías cuando me decías que sin mi amor no eras feliz. Mentías, de mí te reí.
See, I totally agree with you. Tiff says, I'm back and now all of a sudden my hip's starting to move. Damn genetics. Yeah, that's the same with me. Like, this stuff makes me move. I want to eat, you know, carne asada, chimichurri, dulce de leche, you know.
Y te burlabas de mi gran amor. Mentías y yo te creía. Me destrozaste el corazón con tus mentiras.
In my 20s, I used to go to a fair bit of Latin bars and stuff, and yeah, this was, you know, cumbia, bachata. What else did they have? They had a few more songs. I didn't really go to tango bars, actually, because tango is fucking one of the most difficult dances out there. But yeah, I remember going to a fair bit, actually. It's bringing memories back. Yeah, let's get Jacob RP off the screen. I'm asking Connor now. Oh, yeah, salsa. Yeah, salsa was another big one. I don't know. I always just gravitated towards bachata. That was the one that just I really enjoyed dancing to, and the music style and stuff. Connor says hips don't lie. I don't know if that's a song that he's recommending. Oh no, he's recommending Paulette. It's a great song. Can't remember who it's by, but it's an African. No, I'm talking about this Argentinian band you're telling me, Crystal Fighter. Inspector Todd says from ragging, scunty rants to barrio music, you get a little bit of everything with DDR. Absolutely. You get a nice plethora of things. But yeah, so this Crystal Fighter, which is an Argentinian band, which I'm fully unaware of, but that's what, Connor did say in the chat. I'd like to know what songs are good, or at least which ones I should play. But let me get this one up here if we're going to talk about Latin American music. There was this band, Soda Stereo. I'll play this song. This song was a big one. It was I think it was their last song, and at their last concert and stuff, De Música Ligera. The stadium was just packed. It says, or play Crystal Fighters Follow. Okay, there we go. So that's coming up. Ooh, what the? Better not get struck for this. Gotta be honest, I'm not liking it. Yeah, I'm not digging it. That Costanza, that was all English, so maybe that's why you can't understand. I don't know. But let's go to this. Here, let's play the song I was just telling you guys about. This is this well-known Argentinian band, and you can see some footage from their concert and stuff. It's a good song. But South America really had, at least during the 80s and 90s, a very popular, unique, and strong rock scene. And you can see it from this type of band, for example, and many others of their contemporaries. So let's just do this here and engage. Nada más queda means there's nothing left. These guys had an amazing run. This guy's pure Argentinian. The way he speaks, the way he looks, like that is typical Argentinian. And wow, just amazing. But yeah, that's just a peek as to what music is available in not just Argentina. So let me just have a drink here because my mouth is literally drying up. There we go. Nice well water. That's what we got up here in the country. But yeah, so basically, it's just a taste. There's amazing Colombian rock bands, Brazilian bands, Chile, Venezuelan. There's tons of great stuff out there. So, yeah, you might not understand it, but you know what? I don't understand Japanese, and I love Japanese power metal. So, yeah. Let's go back to the chat here. I saw a few things. First and foremost, I would love to hear some input from everyone as to what they thought of that song. Excuse me, especially maybe. Oh, excuse me. Should have drank that so quickly. I have that habit of just fucking, like, swallowing air too often when I eat or drink, so I do get a little gassy. But yeah, Clam Baked, Travis, people who've, played music, been in bands and stuff, if, you guys especially could give your input. I'd love to hear what you have to say about them. And yeah, everyone else there in the chat. Spartan King says, Connor says, this band isn't bad at all. That's just one song. They've got some great music. And also, I think that their music style is quite unique in the sense that you can't point to something that was going on in America at the same time saying they're copying that or they're using this sound or style. It's obviously rock, but it's unique, at least to them. Unless maybe somebody can tell me I'm wrong, like one of those musicians that I just mentioned. Spartan King says, lead singer looks like one of the guys from the Kids in a Hall comedy sketch group. Yes, Kevin McDonald, I believe, is the guy you're referring to. And yes. Costanza says, even if it's not in English, it's still better than the new music. 80s had German versions of songs. In America, they were better than their English version. Well, if you're talking about 99 Luftballons, then yes, I would agree with that. So Tiff says that she loves dancing cumbias. And then Connor says Maradona or Messi. Maradona isn't, sorry. I was thinking of Madonna. I don't know why I just thought of it. Yeah, well, you know what? Because she played Evita in the movie Evita. But yeah, apparently there's a big uproar about it when that movie came out in Argentina. But Messi is the superior player in that one. Let's see what else. Hi, Shid. Hi. Shid, are you mad that I haven't put the donation screen up once yet? Are you? I mean, because it's a chill hangout, so it's like really not even, in the cards. But I mean, if you want, I don't have you blocked. Only you. So, you could tell me if you want to see the homeless man and the satire of the donations. Speaking of donations, actually, I got donations the other day that, I wasn't even doing a show. They just sent me donations. And I really appreciate that. And I wanted to shout them out here because I was on Drew's show, I believe, the other day. And... yeah, I got these donations, and I didn't really want to interrupt this show and be like, hey, Drew, I just got some donations, Drew. But bear with me here while I find it. So, yeah, Jared for the Third sent me a donation. Thank you, bud. And... the anonymous donator sent me a donation. And Casey is Raw sent me a donation. So thank you guys for that. Always appreciated. But since I was not even doing a show and you sent it to me, I wanted to shout you guys out here. Spartan King says, that's it. Thanks, Dave. About Kevin McDonald. Yes. He's a funny guy, though. But mostly now I believe he's working with Hollywood and, just writing stuff, not doing any acting. The Kids in the Hall. They had a reunion tour and stuff, and they had a few videos and stuff come out, but they're really all doing their own thing these days. I did meet Scott Thompson once, actually. He was probably the most gayest of the people on the show. He had a little gap between his teeth. He did the Chicken Lady, if you remember that. I remember one time that I met him on the street, and he was, I guess at that point, he's admitted this on air, but he admitted that back in those times he was more of a prima donna, and he was a little bit headstrong and all that. So I met him on the street and stuff, and he was annoyed with me, and I'm like, can I at least shake your hand? I was like, okay, fine. And then I got to shake his hand and all that, but yeah, it looks like maybe he just wasn't having a good day. I don't know, but I thought that was kind of cool. I got to meet the guy, and I love that show. Kids in the Hall was great. Obviously Canadian, filmed in Toronto, a lot of landmarks that I always recognized, and it made me laugh. Tiff says before then, Spartan King says he was awesome in National Lampoon's Senior Trip, which is very underrated flick that for those who haven't seen it. I don't think I have seen that. I'm going to have to check it out. Tiff says, in South Texas, Tejano music was influenced by German polka music. That's interesting. I heard about Tejano music. There was apparently some guy who was doing Tejano music, and he pissed off some of the cartel or something, and there's a video of this where he's doing a concert and somebody hands him a letter and he reads it on stage, and you can see that this guy's visibly disturbed because it probably, was telling him that he's going to die at the end of the show. And, he did the end of the show, and then he went back to his car and stuff, and he was basically executed. But to hear that it's been influenced by German polka music is... well, it's interesting. I'd love to hear more about that. I don't know if you'd be willing to call in, Tiff, but or you're mining your cryptos these days. There's farming your cryptos. You're out in the garden there, and you got your rake, and you're just raking into the ground, grabbing the cryptos up, and planting more cryptos and all that. Goon says, got one more, Dave. Más movado, robarte el corazón by Bombay. Movido. I was like, what's movado? All right, well, let's check that out, see what that has to say here. Let's just get this done. Movido. Does it find anything? Bombay and Ana Guerra. Robarte el corazón, featuring Ana Guerra. All right, let's give it a shot.
Fuimos a la playa un lunes pa' olvidarnos de las penas. El destino quiso que yo te encontrara ahí en la arena.
Cayó la noche y vimos las estrellas y se alinearon los planetas para robarte el corazón.
Te lo digo bajito, para robarte el corazón.
Already sounding a little too poppy for me. This is kind of Ricky Martin-ish type stuff.
Ay, vente y vuela conmigo a robarte el corazón.
Te lo
Or Daddy Yankee.
digo bajito,
Para robarte el corazón. Ay, vente y vuela conmigo a robarte el corazón. Cuento las horas para mirarnos bajo las olas. Siento el momento de estar a tu lado y bailar.
I will say, this is the problem. Okay, this is the problem with being Latino, and just I don't know what to say, but I want to move now. Like I don't like this music. Like I think this is extremely popish. I don't like it, but I want to move. I want to dance. That's the problem with fucking being Latino and having such cheap fucking songs put out to you. because then it's just like, gotta get up, gotta dance. It's in you. And Tiff was right. I mean, it's just in you.
Fuimos a la playa un lunes a olvidarnos de las
No matter how much you try to repress it.
penas. El destino quiso que yo te encontrara ahí en la arena.
See, there's nothing, to me, there's nothing worse than listening to a song you don't like and yet wanting to dance to it. This is like, to me, this is now aggravating. Damn you for fucking making me play this.
La noche vimos las estrellas y se alinearon los planetas para robarte el corazón.
Te lo digo bajito,
Para robarte el corazón. Ay, vente y vuela conmigo. Para robarte el corazón.
te lo digo bajito.
Para robarte el corazón. Ay, vente y vuela conmigo. Para robarte el corazón.
It's like ABBA. You know, it's, don't expect, you know, an epic like The Who's Tommy or fucking Pink Floyd's The Wall. Expect a poppy, nonsensical, forgettable song, but a song that just makes you want to dance.
Corazón, si tú no sé si yo te hubiera encontrado, tal vez robarte el corazón sería más complicado.
No sé si tú, no sé si yo.
No, I agree with you, Goon. Yeah, it is because of the rhythm, but like, it's not that, like, we can't say that this was like a song that freed, I don't know, slaves or fucking awoke a nation or something like that. It's popish, it's forgettable, but it's got a rhythm that obviously, you know, forces those of Latin descent to start to act. Spartan King says, I almost guarantee you will like it, Dave. It was made exactly for our age group and sense of humor back when SJWs didn't even exist, in reference to the movie of National Lampoon's Senior Trip. I must be getting confused with Euro Trip, but I'll have to check it out. I certainly don't remember watching that. But let's continue with this this really bad but enjoyable song.
Si no te hubiera encontrado, tal vez robarte el corazón sería más complicado. Hoy nos encontramos como dos almas gemelas, brindando con tequila y tomando con la guerra. Hoy viene Anagor con camisas de color, ya que está Bombay para enseñarte lo mejor. Si sale el sol, contigo la semana empieza mejor. Yo quiero tu sonrisa todos los días, con sabor manzana, fresa, sandía. Yeah, yeah.
Fuimos a la playa un lunes a olvidarnos de las penas.
El destino quiso que yo te encontrara ahí en la arena.
Cayó la noche y vimos las estrellas y se alinearon los planetas para robarte el corazón.
Te lo digo bajito,
Para robarte el corazón. Ay, vente y vuela conmigo. Para robarte el corazón.
te lo digo bajito.
Para robarte el corazón. Ay, vente y vuela conmigo. Para robarte el corazón.
Para robarte el corazón.
Well, we got through it. It's certainly not something that I would prefer to be listening to. But if I heard it and I was in a Latin bar, then I'd probably go dance. So yeah, Spartan King, I just looked it up. I have not seen this movie. A lot of people in here that are quite big. I mean, you've got Jeremy Renner, you know, Hawkeye, plays a character in that movie. Matt Frewer, who, for those that don't know, that's Max Headroom. You got Tommy Chong in that movie. And there's one of these actors here, I know I've seen him before. At least from the shots from the movie, but can't remember his name. Just the main actor. Regardless, I'll have to check it out. Again, National Lampoon's at one point was good because of the fact that their whole purpose is to lampoon things, is to make fun of things, and to not have anything off the table. You know, political correctness was obviously nothing that they really cared about back when they were in their heyday. Skype lines remain open for those that might want to call in. Why aren't you calling in, Tiffany? How about that? Why aren't you calling in, Clam Baked? Or Costanza? Or anybody else? Why? Come on. Oh, shout out to Z the Reaper. I knew I saw somebody earlier, and I didn't shout out. So yeah, we've been listening to a little bit of Latin-based music. We're going to go back to our little background music of little chill synthwave, and go back to the chat itself. Spartan King says, "Just check it out, Dave. McDonald is priceless." Absolutely, I will. It's something I look forward to. Also, has anyone here seen Brain Candy? It is the Kids in the Hall movie. And, it's based on one particular sort of story. You know how Kids in the Hall had a bunch of different skits? No, this one is just, it sticks with one movie and stuff, or one topic. And it is probably one of the most underrated but funniest fucking movies out there. Produced by Lorne Michaels, and stars all the kids in the hall playing different characters and stuff, and has a few big names as well. Such a good movie. Such a good fucking movie. Travis is again pushing his best friend's drumming onto me. But he says, though I don't want to get you a copyright strike. And then he says, you can play it if you want. So which one is it, Travis? Am I going to get struck with the copyright? Or you want me to play it? You want to send a donation to have me play it? Hi, Shade. Hi. Like, come on here. Stop being a woman. Like, make a decision. What do you want? And yes, this guy is his best friend. More than me, actually. And yeah, he's big on the drums. He's played drums for countless people, including Eric Clapton. And yes, every chance he gets, Travis loves to remind everyone of that. Well, he loves to remind me, at least privately, that Eric Clapton, that he loves Eric Clapton, and that his drummer is his best friend. So, Costanza says, ever heard of Polish vaporware? I have not. I've been working, by the way, on some ideas for, or some topics, I should say, on Too Many Chefs. So that should be very cool. And hopefully I can start to get some videos done. Problem is, it's just, I can't cook with fucking one hand. I need both hands, and I'm going to need a chest rig or something to hold the camera, or a tripod or something, and it just works so terribly when you need to be able to have a person, what's it called? A POV, a perspective of view. Shout out to Will Tactics in the chat, says, Dave, are you into weird funk rock fusion music? Yeah, I'm down with that. I'm down with at least trying something. So if you want to send me something that you think might fit that, that designation, I'm more than willing to play it. I do love funk, though. I really do love funk. Well, maybe love is too much of a strong word. Like, yeah, do I like George Clinton? Yes. But am I a fanatic? Do I know all this stuff? Do I like all this stuff? No, I don't. But yeah, I do like funk. And obviously I love rock. And funk rock fusion sounds good to me. So if you got something there, I'd be more than willing to play it. And I believe you also said to Ken the other day, Will, that you actually make tracks. And yeah, if you make tracks, I'll play them, no problem. I'll make them fucking, my intro music and shit. And I can't remember, somebody else was telling me well, this is probably not the other day, but it was like 2 months ago or something, but somebody said that they were going to, or that they'd be willing to provide, tracks for me. And I said, you give that to me, I will make that my track. Who was that? You know who it was? It was YR. No, that's no. Hold on. There's more than one person. There's more than one person because someone made a track. The other one was YR, who made the rap song, I believe. I want to play that right now. Let's see if I can find that. Again, YR, for shame for you ruining all these people's afternoon by privating your messages. Even Tony is butthurt, which again happens quite often. But again, for shame, you didn't need to make it private. And it is hypocritical, and Tony did call it out that you called him out for him making things private, which was stupid. Yes, Tony, that was stupid. But then you do it yourself? Nah, you can't do it that way and then claim moral superiority. So let's just see here. Let's see if I can find this. Also, I'm still thinking about the wings I had last night. God damn, those came out so good. Am I getting called? I am getting called. Didn't show up. I'm gonna have to guess. Yeah, of course. My mic is fucking up again. So you're good to go. What's up, Wire?
Okay, so I'd rather message you the reason. You should already know the reason, but.
Well, did you message me the reason?
No.
Because I probably would have shut up if you did, but...
Well, no, but I think people need to know...
Okay, you got the floor.
What's going on. I mean, it's drama, but it's what it is, but... So, remember we had that quote-unquote pact with Scott, or I did, or whatever, a couple days ago during the Super Bowl.
The truce?
The truce. We didn't mention each other, right? Super Bowl show was great. We didn't mention zero drama. A couple days, we're doing good. So last night, Jacob RP mentions, Vikings was asking the questions. Jacob RP mentions he used to babysit kids. So what do I do? Oh, you used to babysit kids month. So by me saying that, according to who, the pact is broken. Or the whatever it's called, and he said, he titled the video "YR Breaks the Truce, Back to Striking Channels Again." So,
is that the title?
Yeah, of his thing. So I unsubscribed. I'm done. I'm not going to watch the guy anymore. I'm not going to fucking give him any attention. I'm not going to bring him up on the show. I can anyways, because now if you say his name, he's going to report you for privacy. And a couple people in the community, it happened to him. So this is what he's doing now. If you even mention his name,
Well, that's just going to push people to alternate sites like Rumble, BitChute, and Gab, and then he'll never have his name scrubbed from the internet. And he's going to, have problems. I mean, that's what he wants to do. And I've always said, don't strike channels to nobody.
Yeah, it's like, bro,
Dude, also, where is... I can't find it, dude. You must have taken the video down. And I guess I didn't record it, or I can't find it. But where's your fucking, your Jamaican reggae Dave Rose song? The one I said I would fucking make into a fucking intro?
That's a long time ago. Okay, let me look for it. That was one of the first videos on the...
Yeah, because I was just talking about
my second...
I know you don't listen to my fucking show. You just fucking call in. But
no, I'm listening to you right
I
now.
told you, I was like, I'd be willing to make that my fucking intro because I like it so much.
All right, I'm sending it right now because it was on my second channel, a backup. And I'm
Oh,
sending you the link
okay.
right
I
now.
wasn't looking on that one then.
Yeah, I put a lot of music stuff over there. Song stuff. But
What's
I
that
just sent you
called?
the link
What
right
is it?
now.
What are you calling it this time around?
The second channel?
Yeah.
Let Us Live.
Oh, but hold on. What about this community thing, Majig?
That's the third channel. I mean, look
Well,
what
at
we're
least you're
dealing
fucking
with. We
prepared.
gotta have backups.
At least you're
Yeah,
prepared.
we gotta have a couple active backups or second.
I gotta be better at fucking recording this shit because knowing you might take it down.
Well, it's not because I love to keep everything up, but right now.
No, well, it's smart because when you're dealing with somebody who's literally saying, "Oh, you mentioned my name, I'm gonna strike you." Meanwhile, Kenneth Morrison.
Exactly, he gets to.
It's
do all
fucking. It's
that,
hypocritical. It's fucking pathetic. And if he keeps pushing it, people are going to eventually, what they're going to do is they're going to eventually fucking, hold on. No, you're not calling it.
Who is that?
Eventually, that was Tony wanted to call. But eventually what's going to happen, Scott, is that people are going to end up going to the fringes of the internet, but they're going to end up putting up videos of you that are just going to be like, look, Simo could fucking say the worst shit about Scott. Put it up on Rumble, on BitChute, on Gab, and I can guarantee you, as long as Simo doesn't call for violence, he could reveal everything about Scott and he won't be taken down. It's as simple as that. It really is. It really is that simple. So, you know, again, I've defeated Scott. I don't have to fucking beat a dead horse. I'm having more fun doing other things, and you know, if that's what Scott's gonna want to do, I mean, if he's gonna do that, again, Vikings fan is still around. If he's gonna try to fuck with Vikings fan, he's got to know that he's in for a fight, because that guy's fucking a bulldog. He's fucking, you know, he's tenacious and he won't let go. So if you want to fight with him, expect to go in the long haul. But hey, whatever. I'm not involved with that shit. I don't give a fuck.
Were you trying to review the Blonin bullshit last night?
No, I didn't even know Blonin called in. What I was doing is I was basically dispelling the bullshit and the bait that Simo was trying to put out, because of the whole white people wouldn't create anything crap that was taken out of context from Ken. And you're like, oh, white people create everything and stuff. Like, Simo basically made a video trying to take things out of context and you know, sort of bait me into saying, oh, you know, Ken is as fucking racist as Joe and blah, blah, blah. So, yeah, that's basically what...
Oh, okay, cool. I thought there was someone else.
Okay, so we got Ken in the call. Welcome, King of New York. We have Tony also calling in again. That's like, you're pulling some bullfrog stuff here. I don't know why you're calling in, because I'm not even talking about you.
Drama
Tony.
triangle, bro.
He says, gotta call out YR on this one. That's what he sent the message to me. You know what, Tony? You can pay to play here if you want. I'll pay me and I'll take your call.
Always an issue.
I'm privatizing all my videos, bro, because Scott's like fucking trying to strike everyone's channel, Tony. Okay?
Yeah, but it's bullshit that you fucking also private them. But the thing is, though, it's that, yeah, it's bullshit that fucking Scott is trying to do this in the first place. So, yeah.
Well, he's trying to private mine, too, bro. He's trying to go after my shit, too. Didn't he say? But, like, I'm not going to fucking hide anything. What's the sense?
All right, so Ken called in. Sorry. YR, did you have anything to continue with, to finish with? Can we get Ken to talk? What do you want?
Yeah, go ahead. I'll listen. Thanks for taking my call, Dave.
You have nothing
Ken,
else?
thank you. I'll listen. Ken, thank you.
You don't got to rush off, dude. Like, you can...
All right, I'll hang around. I'll go on mute, and I'll see what... I'll try.
Okay.
Well, do you have anything
I didn't
else
want
to
to cut
say?
you off. I didn't want to cut you off fucking too soon, and I just wanted to check, you know, if you were ready to, you know, to conclude so that Ken could say his thing. So. Okay, you can mute yourself. Fire. All right, so Ken,
What's up, Dave? What's going on?
Trying to keep my head above water.
Yeah, I hear that, man. So what's going on? I saw your meal last night. Looked good. That picture of your plate?
Yeah, it was quite good.
What was that other thing though in there? What was that?
I had fried potatoes. I had a dry rub, spicy dry rub, and then I had a hot.
Oh, okay, that's what that is.
A hot mustard wet rub, and some carrot sticks.
Oh, 2 different types?
Yeah.
Nice.
No, I've always got to vary it. You know, I can't just have one type of wings. I gotta spice it up.
Why not? I hear that. I mean, I like buffalo wings, but you know, there's so many other flavors that are good too. What's the sense of just having one?
Exactly.
You know? Yeah. But anyway.
All right. So I got I got breaking news. One of Seaman's videos was struck by aliens. Just got that. Going around like fucking
Shit.
disease.
Well, I mean, like, well, I don't know why.
It's like when it's like, you know, yeah, like I called out Tony for like private videos, but it's like, if I don't do this, there's going to be no channel. You know what I'm saying? And, you know, if he's
See, I was explaining that earlier, is that if he keeps pushing it this way, there's going to be people who are going to go even further than I did. And they'll take a website, like I mentioned, that you can't take down. And they'll post everything about you. And you can whine and bitch all you want to these companies, and they'll say, no, this is free speech. And, well, there won't be anything that he will be able to do about it.
It's like he gets to say everyone's real names, but we get privacy strikes.
Look, anyone who's so obsessed,
Yeah.
look, I already defeated him. I broke him. And many other people did as well. I'm no longer concerned. I've proven that the Emperor has no clothes. And... you know, I can talk about anything else. It doesn't matter. He can say anything he wants. It doesn't matter. At this point, it doesn't matter.
I thought he was in peace mode. What happened?
Well, apparently YR said something on his stream, which apparently broke some sort of truce that was established between the two. I have no idea about this. I was on YR's show. He's like in the chat. I'm like, dude, I don't care about you. You're probably going to fucking reoffend, whatever. You know what? I'm talking about food right now. And I just went right back to talking food and totally ignored him.
You know, Dave, back in the day, there was a point where I stayed quiet for the longest fucking time, and he could have sworn I was, like, doing imitations of him when I wasn't. Because, like, a lot of my imitations might sound the same because it's coming from the same person. So, like, if I don't put enough into it to change the sound, it's going to sound like something else. And I know there was at least twice that he thought that I was, like, imitating him, but I really wasn't. You know what I mean? And he was offended by it and said, like, a truce was over then and all that shit. So... it's like, you know, I mean, I don't know what YR did exactly. What happened, YR? What'd you do? What does he say?
Well, listen to this. Vikings was talking to RP, and RP was like, yeah, you know, about dating or whatever. And he's like, yeah, you know, some of the women I used to date that I had to, like, babysit their kids a couple times. So I said, yo, you babysit kids, man. Just like that. And
you babysit kids, man? I used to babysit kids, too.
Yeah, that broke the agreement or whatever, and it was back to, you know, striking channels again. That was the title.
With the ticket head on.
Weird.
I've shown that I can move on, and I've shown that I can, you know, not discuss things. Again, why do people ignore that 1 year where I went away and didn't do shit? Didn't respond to shit? Why is everyone just ignoring that? I was the greatest example for you people. And yes, I said you people.
Well, the problem is, it's like...
What do you mean by you people?
It's like, I did the little meme thing. I mean, that's this huge thing, you know what I'm saying, apparently. Meanwhile, you know, the guy, you know, can do all what he does openly and all of that. With zero proof, all the shit he blames us for, he has zero proof, bro. Zero screenshots. He just has screenshots of people's private information. That's all he has. So,
yeah, I mean, it is what it is, man. At this point, it's just a fucking...
So I did unsubscribe from his channel, and I won't be fucking covering it or paying any attention or whatever, bro. You know what I'm saying? He'll get nothing out of me. No fucking no reviewing his shows on my shit, because he loves that. He loves when we review his shit.
Yeah, just leave it alone. Don't even make jokes about it, bro.
No, hold on, guys. Come on, this is a repeat of previous times. Okay, we don't talk about him. Why ain't you talking about me, man? Then we do talk about him. Stop talking about me, man. It's like,
even when he does that, we should not. You know,
it's different. It's a little bit different now because he's actually trying to take off our channels and shit. He's never really done that before. Like, he's openly saying and doing that. All of us.
You know what? Listen, if there's
keep pushing,
then
that's all I say. Keep pushing. Guess what happens when all this shit gets put out on fucking a channel like Rumble that can't be deleted? Then you'll be like, guys, literally, people will dox you, Scott. People will dox
Dave,
you.
What you said about a website is crazy because that dude, Bassini, has a website which he likes to like put people in there. Like anyone from our community would read it anyway.
Well, you can actually
but
get the domain struck, or even the website struck, because it's revealing that information. But these websites here that I'm talking about, no, they're not going to take a video down. Like, they can talk about the jabbies and all the shit that's going on, and YouTube would take it down immediately. These guys will not.
Can
take it
I ask
down.
you this? When he says we censor him and stuff, like, I don't get that. Like, how we censor him by not letting
him in the
he's
chat.
Saying?
By not letting him in the chat. That's
yeah,
it.
but that, why would we? Why would he let us in his chat? Like, why would he want us in his chat
That's the
talking
point.
shit about him?
Exactly.
You know what I mean? That's the dumbest
Because
thing
it
I've
has
ever
to
heard.
be because he wants his cake and eat it too. It's like, you got to talk about me, but you can't talk about me. It's like, basically, like he said, he wants hostages. Well, not he, but Mars said that. But he doesn't want anyone that is a friend. He wants hostages. He wants people that are held in a constant state, I guess, of control.
YR answered his own question before. Like, the way you do it is, even you ignore it and ignore and don't mention, right? Even if you have to say something like, oh God, I'm not talking to him, or oh God, I didn't say that to him. That's fine. But as long as you ignore it and continue to ignore it, even after you ignore it and he accuses you of doing an imitation or making a joke or this or that, and you didn't, you still have to ignore it and just keep moving on, because that is the worst thing that could probably happen to the whole
Look,
situation.
I'm not going to stop streaming for anybody. I enjoy doing all sorts of streams. And my original dream from the very beginning, even before YouTube existed, was I want to do something like Coast to Coast. That's always, and I even thought about doing an MP3 podcast type thing. That's always been my thing. The problem started originally when I was doing Final Frontier News with Joe. And constantly would he fucking leave these like epic fucking messages. Like, oh, you don't know what you're talking about. It should be me on there, blah, blah, blah. And this and that. It's all I just wanted was to be left alone to do Final Frontier News. That's it.
Yeah, well, it's been a long storied history, and it's like, I mean, we all got to be fucking tired of it. Like, we all.
I know, bro.
Like,
it's like
God
enough's
damn,
enough, bro.
Well, I'm tired, which is why I'm not even fucking bothering, because again, he's been broken. There's nothing left to be done, and I don't find it enjoyable anymore. However, if I get threats against me, or if he wants to fucking pull this shit of continually striking videos because I said Mon, okay, well, I guess I'm going to be like all the other people I've been talking to and start to put this stuff out on websites that can't be fucking deleted, and then it'll all be there. And then I'll contact those people who've been contacting me about posting this shit on, Facebook pages of the community he's currently living in. And, well, everyone will know what you've been up to. Leave me alone, Scott.
Well,
leave me alone.
Let's be honest. Even if he got our channels taken down with flags, right? I mean, it's as simple as starting another channel or going to a backup.
Yeah, but see, the thing is, though,
it's that simple.
But the point is, though, is that I won't just do that. I'll go even further. I'll say, okay, you think?
Yeah, but I'm saying the point is, you're never going to get rid of us.
No, exactly. That's why I said that I'm not
you know,
going anywhere. Now, if I'm forced to take action, like all these other people tell me about going to websites where this stuff won't be taken down, well, I'll do that. I'll make a new channel, but then I'll put that stuff. It'll be non-drama on YouTube, but the drama stuff will be on these websites you can't take down, and that stuff will then be posted in the fucking places of your city, and people will know exactly what kind of scumbag you are. Please continue.
Well, I'm saying you could link anything you want to your own channel too, so it's like, but like, why, it's not even this fucking point of going there. It's just like, because honestly, it's all been said and done, so it's like, whatever. People that even are interested in hearing it are like, whatever.
I've proven myself. I've proven myself to be able to walk away and to sail away and not have to deal with shit. But again, if you're going to threaten me, if you're going to threaten my family, my life, and all that, I'm going to take the necessary action. And just because I know the law better than others doesn't mean that these people say, you don't know the law. It's like, you can live whatever delusion you want. If you want to play this game, just understand that you're going to lose. Simple as that. I can show that I can walk away. Don't fuck with me and leave me the fuck alone. It's as simple as that.
Yeah.
Oh, we got a donation. Before you continue, YR, let's just check this donation. We've got, don't know who this is, so please tell me who it is. And there's no message either. So if you want to tell me what to say, I'll be your chimp and I'll say it. But thank you for the donation. Also, for those out there, I still haven't asked, but or I may have asked in the past, but I don't mention donation amounts because, again, people like Scott, who make a big deal about, oh, you donated to this person, blah, blah, blah. And because, oh, if you donated more or something, like you're worse and stuff like that, that's why I don't announce this stuff. If you want me to announce it, do like fucking Drew or Joe or Ken does, which is like the biggest donator of the night, you tell me. I will do that. But if you want it, kept, sort of ambiguous, I have no problems with that because I don't want you attacked by someone who is on the record clearly done so for years. And he came out with a video earlier that I guess a few days ago saying he had nothing to do with Himmelfarb leaving and blah 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 and this and that and call him a pedophile and that. I don't know. What I do know is that he did call him a pedophile, and it was just extreme. And yeah, he said he apologized, blah blah blah. But I mean, like, he has talked to a lot of different donators of Joe's in the past, and many of them have told Joe that they felt that he was trying to sort of strong them out of there. So these are just facts, Scott. If you're going to get mad about just facts, I'm sorry. Can't do anything about that. Gentlemen?
Yeah. Is YR still here?
Let me just quickly check. Yeah, he's still here.
All right.
He's not muted.
You vacuuming with the
walked away.
You vacuuming?
No, he's not muted, so he's not vacuuming.
Oh, there you go. You done vacuuming with the thong on?
No, I'm working in the rain actually.
Wiping down the counters with the French maid. What?
Also, Will Tactics sent me the donation. Thank you, Will.
Oh, I thought that was Tony.
The Tactics, man.
No. It wasn't Tony.
What happened with Tony now? What's going on with Tony now?
Tony tried to call in earlier, whatever. I did call him out for privatizing that video the other day, but see,
yeah, you know what happens if I take Tony's call? People are gonna shit on me and all that. I think we've kind of like laid it all out there. I mean, maybe the audience should decide whether or not they want to hear Tony call in to shred YR. I don't know. It's up to you people if you want.
Well, yeah, he's gonna shred me because
he disagrees.
I called him out for privatizing his video, the one that
I'm not fucking with that, man. Get your family fucked with, Brian. I ain't saying shit.
Exactly, the one that
I ain't fucking with it.
Shitting all over Ken on. So
fuck that.
I was privatizing my
saying,
videos because
I'm just
someone,
yeah, that is true. I wanted to hear that because of what you guys talked about. Where was it, Ken? Your family's not gonna be there when you wake up.
Yeah, it was something like that, man. I'm not saying anything anymore. I don't want to risk my family.
Yeah, leave us alone, Tony, please. No one even talked about it. You just had to call in.
Okay, so people in the chat, one, if you want me to take Tony's call, two, if you don't. How about that?
But I was privatizing my videos because we're getting our channels targeted by Scott. So it's a big difference, Tony, when you're hiding something because you sounded like a horse's ass attacking people. There's a difference from that and privatizing the safety of your channel. Big difference, brother. Smart enough.
Well, I'm not too worried about the go ahead, Dave.
I was just gonna say, Derek Hans says if someone repeatedly falsely accused me of being a pedo, I'd be long gone.
Yeah, I mean, I personally, I'd want to forget this whole thing if I was in that position.
Well,
but
it looks like the votes are in. No calls from Tony. There we go.
Booyah.
Yeah.
Again, I don't think there's a necessity. I mean, if he's got issues with YR, call into YR show, or maybe call into, I don't know, run your own show and YR can call into your show. But, the people have spoken here and, they don't want to see Tony on here and they don't think there's a necessity to have him on here. And plus, on top of that, this really isn't my issue with Tony. It's fucking YR's. So.
I mean, well, it's like he's totally wrong here. He's the one who privatized the video.
All right, so there's some sort of disagreement in the chat here. How about this? let's pull a derail.
No, they're all saying good.
No, there's some people who are saying no. So some people are saying yes, take his call. So
I thought there was one person that said that.
Okay, what about no? There's several. Festlove also says,
really?
just listen. Festlove says, I say take Tony's call on the premise that number one, Tony immediately apologized to Ken for mentioning his family. If Tony don't do that, run him.
Wow.
So that's
he did apologize? I didn't hear about that.
No, he's saying, I say you take Tony's call on the premise that number one, Tony immediately apologized to Ken for mentioning his family.
Well, I appreciate that, but I don't need no apology. I'm good. Yeah. I'm just going to shut the fuck up and move on.
Save your.
Well, you know what? Let's enrage Shid. Let's enrage Shid. So, if I get $50, in the next 10 minutes, I'll take his call. But if I get $100, I won't take his call. How about that? Let's pull a derailed here, because he's taken my wheel idea and adapted it for himself. But yeah, let's do something like that. I don't know. Just trying to think of something funny on how to judge this. Who wants to see Tony on here? And why don't you be like D. Welsh and pay to play? So. Yeah, Tony could pay $50 to get himself on here if he wants.
Ken, yesterday, and Dave too, yesterday compared to today with the wrestling shit, I mean, that shit was like a rocket yesterday, right? That shit was going everywhere. And now today, I haven't really heard anything else. On the wrestling shit, on the Cody Rhodes and Steve Austin shit.
Oh, yeah.
Like, I haven't really heard anything new today, type thing, you know what I'm saying?
Oh, who knows, man? Just seems all weird. Like the whole.
I actually, with Cody Rhodes was the Stardust gimmick. Remember, like the tiny gold dust. I went to like this WrestleMania, the Access. So, like,
shit! Shout out to the 48 session. Viewers. Ken
48?
brings the numbers. Ken brings the numbers.
Yeah. I don't even know I'm on here. That's why I always say that. Like, how does anybody even know that?
Exactly. I don't have Twitter. I don't fucking announce it.
Yeah, my alert just went off, because YouTube can tell when somebody comes on and it alerts everybody like, hey, so-and-so just popped up on this show. You might want to go listen.
Nah, you know what it is? You have a signature voice that it's like a port. It's like, dang, see, like, I gotta hear what he has to say. Kind of like,
No, but you're not getting the point though. Like I'm saying, when people say I bring the numbers, it's like, how do you bring the numbers? Because nobody even knows. And you, like, say you called up, Joe called in the fucking Minnesota Vikings fan show, right? And there's 4 people listening. How is it going to alert all those hundreds of people that want to hear him on there? How are they even going to know?
Bro, you know what happens? You want me to tell you how it happens? Because, like, the people that are cool behind the scenes and are friends behind the scenes, they message each other the links. Like, oh, my God, Kid came on. You got to check this out. Like, I'm sure that happened.
Well, I mean, maybe afterwards.
It's not gonna.
Yeah, maybe afterwards, but not too much. Yeah, but not too much during the live stream. I wouldn't think it would spread that much. You
hear what I'm saying, though? Like,
I get what you're saying. Like, somebody tweets it out.
It's the only way, really, that this word gets out, because it's certainly not anybody tweeting it. It's I go from 30 viewers to 50. It's
D. Welsh. D. Welsh just said apparently Vince has big plans for Cody going forward. The source confirmed today that one big reason why Cody left AEW was because he lost all his responsibilities of booking, which was taken by Tony Khan. So I mean, we all knew it was something. Well, remember we went over that one rumor with the argument with Tony Khan and them not seeing eye to eye as far as what they do in the future and all that. So I mean,
he wanted more money and he wanted more control, and it's fine.
He helped build the company. Maybe
he did, but he's not. Look, I
don't know. I think he's like
adds
a bitch.
to it, but he doesn't add to it to the point where he's justified in asking all this money, considering that he's also doing all these reality shows, making money from that too. And if he really thinks that he can go to WWE and make an impact, he'll be gone in 6 months, just like fucking Mickey James and who was it? Teddy Goods, the guy that Joe was friends with. I think it's Teddy Goods. And his wife. What was her name? She was big.
Oh, you talk about not
shit.
Teddy Goods. Talk about
No, not Teddy Goods. You're right.
I'm gonna look it up.
There's rumors of Jericho leaving.
Yeah, but him and his wife were there, and they had a gimmick where like she got pregnant, and yeah,
I know
like,
what you're talking
and then
about.
like 6 months later, they got rid of her.
Wasn't it Eve? Something? Something.
No,
No,
I'm
not
sure
Eva Marie,
D.
it was
Welsh
the
is
other
gay, so I'm sure he watches the WWF and yes, WWF for fag, and he'd probably know the answer. But yeah, there was that. I can't remember her name, and again, she's big in.
They're saying Jericho's gonna leave now too, man. That's the rumor. Fuck, dude.
Maria Kanellis and Mike Bennett.
It's not a big deal, guys. They're fucking.
Hello.
I don't what.
Maria Kanellis and Mike Bennett.
Thank you.
Mike Bennett.
Maria
Kanellis.
Papa.
Karina Propeller. Propeller.
Yeah, Mike Bennett and Maria Kanellis. Thank you, guys.
Yeah.
They were wasted, and they were a power couple that did well in the indies, and she was doing well independently as well. Look, I'm only focused on one company right now, and that's AEW. That's it. And I don't watch them as much as I could, but I do try to catch up on things that I miss. Bottom line.
Oh, you got to watch tonight. It's going to be good.
We'll see.
Last week I watched the whole thing, and it flew by. It was so great. It really was. Like an 8 out of 10.
Look, but it doesn't bother me to not watch it live because I can always catch up later. But the thing is, though, I'm invested in the company, in the characters, and in the storylines. And it's perfectly fine for me. I could see somebody new every week and be like, I'm intrigued. I'd like to know more. Rather than look at these washed-up athletes in WWE who get continually put through these stupid storylines, and then next week it's totally changed, and it's like it never happened.
The government. Dave, you could cut promos, right? Obviously.
Of course I can, man.
What do you think we have a cutting promo tournament? Like the bet, like we let everybody vote on it. Like
maybe once I get that belt.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. When you get it, like you cut a promo with it.
Well, at one point, I can't remember who it was, but we did. Me and JB did promos. We cut promos on each other for like a WWE simulation, like 2K shit. And we did that.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen a lot of promos from a lot of different people in this community, like people that are in the chat that come on every once in a while, or people that have been on shows. So a lot of us have cut promos. But I'm saying, like, if you like specifically cut a promo for something, and it would be like a new, fresh new promo for all the people that have cut promos in the community, because there's been a lot of them.
I'm quite versed in the shit talk, so I have no problems whatsoever with a promo.
Yeah, we should do something like that, and then maybe your promo will have to be played Friday night opening the show all the time, to like or a part of it, or maybe like a video of you going like, with the belt, like looking into the camera type of thing at the beginning of the show. So like whoever is champ gets that video played at the beginning of every Friday night open.
There you go.
You know what I mean? Like, so you see who the champ is. You know what I mean? Like it would be.
Yeah, until they lose and then somebody else gets put in there.
Yeah, that would be pretty cool. So when you do get this belt, and the tracking number is not logging in. I don't know why yet.
Oh God.
And I actually called fucking DHL or whatever the fuck it was.
Oh, you got
gave me the number. Yeah, and they were like, well, sometimes it doesn't kick in right away. You have to give it a day or two. And I'm like, well, it's 2 days, And they're like, well, you got to give it time. So
well, at least I know that it's DHL. They should be bringing it to my front door rather than, if it was just U.S. Postal.
Well, I specifically told them. I specifically told them in the notes below. I had Shannon say, this is, to be delivered to the door and, can be left to you. You know what I mean? You don't have to sign for it.
Awesome.
Yeah, so just in case you don't answer the door or something.
The U.S. Postal Service really delivers to Canada? Or what's Canada's bringing?
Well, no, what they do is they send it to, because they're the national thing, they send it to Canada. And at that turn, our public postal service, Canada Post, takes hold of it and then will deliver it. But that's how it works. When it comes to like FedEx, UPS and DHL, they will literally just take it directly to your door if that's what the instructions are.
Yep, that's what we
And their
did.
postal trucks are on the left side too.
What's
They're
that?
on the left horn.
Are they on the left horn of the side? Oh, they're actually red. They're red. They're red colored postal trucks.
Yeah, some of them are
look at
red,
this.
some of them are white.
Let me show you something.
Ours are like white and blue here. Mostly
Yeah,
white.
I've seen those.
You
with
know,
the
Dave,
hawk
I got
on
to
the
say,
side.
when I said I met Macho Man and he was very nice, this is like the third or fourth person that confirmed to me that, like, yes, they've heard or ran into him themselves and said that the dude was like a sweetheart, especially when his kids around. You know, because like I told you, I met him and he was like the coolest guy ever. And he really is like that. He really was like that, because other people I talked to that met him say the same thing. Like, yo, he was so fucking like professional and kind and courteous, you know?
Did
And
he
you
have a
wouldn't think
soft
that
voice,
from-
or was he going through the Macho
He
Man?
did.
Hey there,
dude,
man.
No, he
How
had
you
a
doing?
dude. He had a soft voice. He had one of these going, hey, yeah, that's right. I'll sign it for you there. You know, like one of those. You know, and it was like, oh god damn,
Man.
I fucking marked out, bro. I was like,
would-
holy shit.
I'm marking out now.
Yeah.
I mean, I wish I could have.
Yeah, dude, it was special, man. It really was. And just to see Andre walk by me like that was like fucking, I never forgot it, man. It's something that, you know, you hear these stories of like, I'll never forget seeing that person. Like it was like that, because I'll never forget seeing those people, especially Andre, bro. Like, and he didn't sign shit, and I get it. And even the fucking, like, the security guards that were there were like, yo, he's in massive pain. He just jumps in the limo and has to go. He can't stand around signing autographs and shit. It's not like that with him, you know, or it wasn't at that time, because this was right at the end. You know what I mean? Because I was like 8 years old. That had to put the WWE in 1985 or 6. So you do the math of what it was then. It was what, WrestleMania 2, I think? 3, maybe, right? No, 2. Because 87 was 3, I think. So, yeah, so that was like right in the beginning when I first started falling in love with it and renting pay-per-views on TV. And my father would be like, I am not paying money for that. And I'd be like, you fucking
How much
have
were
to.
they?
Like,
How much
Oh,
were
they were
they
so
back then?
expensive.
dude, back then they were $50.
Yeah, $49.95. I remember that.
Yep. And it was like, that was like $150 today, bro,
Yeah.
back then.
Yeah,
You know, like,
and I
it was
remember,
expensive.
like, you know, like begging and stuff. Like, no, we would never
Yep.
get pay-per-views ever.
Dude, I remember one year, Dave, I bought a box off this kid that I knew. I was 17
Nice.
years old. And I bought this box, and he told me, go home, right? Said, do this to your cable box, and it'll put numbers out to you. Take those numbers and punch them into the box this way. And he showed me, right? And it also had like this little paper with it telling you how to program it, right? So I took it home, and I was like, man, if this fucking works, like, you know what this means. Like, I get every pay-per-view for free here on out. And I fucking plugged it in and punched the buttons in, bro. And I was like, holy fuck. I had pay-per-view free for like 4 or 5 years.
How much was this?
Wow. Dude, it was $100, and I
Oh.
got fucking all this shit for free for years, bro.
Yes.
Yeah, and it went out, Dave.
Dude.
Like 5 years, it stopped working, and I knew where the kid works. So I called him up, and he was still there. And I said, hey, dude, that box you sold me like 5 years ago went out. What's the deal with that? And he was like, well, I got brand new ones that they can't fry. Yours probably got fried. They're frying all the old ones. And I was like, well, how much is it? And he's like, $100. And I'm like, boom, let's do it again. And I got
Nice.
another
Yes,
one.
let's do it again.
Yep, I got another one that was it was like a newer version of it. It was a little bit smaller and a little bit different how to hook it up, but I hooked it up and it fucking worked again. But this one only worked for like a year and a half because Cablevision at that point like changed their whole shit around. And you couldn't even use those
Dude,
boxes
I remember
anymore, so
these
it became
scams
obsolete.
and stuff. I remember, like, you could, like, you know, shady shit, but you could find these boxes and stuff. And
Yeah.
oh man,
Dude, I couldn't believe what I was getting.
Well, like-
Dave. I was getting all the WWE.
yes,
pay-per-views,
everything, the porn
every single one.
channels, the
I was
fucking
getting all the
pay-per-views.
WCW, yeah, all the porns, all the movies that were coming out. on
Nothing was
pay-per-view, everything.
scrambled.
It was
Nothing.
everything. All the
Wow.
cable channels, everything, man. Everything. It
Wow.
descrambled everything, bro. It
Family
was like
Channel?
a descrambler. Every single fucking channel on there, bro. I couldn't believe some of the shit I
HBO?
had.
Dude,
I
I
had
remember
Mexican
HBO had
channels,
fucking Tales from the Crypt. Remember?
Oh, dude, I used to watch it every fucking Saturday night.
Mm-hmm.
You know? But yeah, that was the best having that shit for free. And I got all those pay-per-views back then. And this is probably like right around 1990 when I had that thing. You know, so, you know, the pay-per-views back then were still really good. It started to get a little cheese ball, though, around that time. But,
Yeah.
man, it was, you know, instead of renting them fucking $50 a pop once a month, because it always used to be once a month,
Yep.
you know, pay-per-view would come out at that point. But when I was a kid and we were renting them, it was 4 times a year. So I always thought to my father, like, okay, 4 times a year is $200, $50 a piece, right? And I used to be like, okay, the 4 biggest pay-per-views were what? SummerSlam, SummerSlam, WrestleMania, Survivor Series, and King. No, what was the other one?
Royal Rumble.
Royal Rumble, right? And those were the ones. All right, so obviously, if I had to give one of those up because I know my father wasn't going for $200, but like I could squeak 150 out in a year. There's no doubt. So I would spread them out, and I think I would skip. But I tell you, when I couldn't watch those, I would go rent them like a year later because they were out on fucking VHS like a year later. And I remember renting all fucking WWE videos back then when I was a kid. Shit I never saw from like 10 years earlier, where it was like, you know, there was like a young Hogan and like all these guys were younger and they would like, and there was different roles and shit. And I remember watching it with my jaw dropping like, oh my God, I never seen any of this shit at all. And I went back and rented so many fucking WWF VHSs back then, bro. One of them was like a bloodbath one where it was like a fucking, you know, like a third world fucking wrestling company. And it was all just on this VHS. And it was these people, Extreme Wrestling it was or whatever. And it had like bits and pieces of known wrestlers on there. But no, it was like ECW before ECW was out. This was like underground, like pay-per-view, like backdoor fucking wrestling shit where they were like, you know, barbed wiring each other and fucking, they showed a lot of Japanese shit where it was exploding rings and shit like that. But it was like fresh and new back then. Like, you know, now you could just pop on YouTube and see anything you fucking want at any moment. Back then it was like you scored something like that and it was like, holy shit. Like, you know, you don't get to see shit like that all the time, you know, when you were a kid. So like, I remember just fucking going ape shit on it. Like, and my father and mother would be like, oh, I'm not bringing you to the fucking video store tonight. And I'd be like, please, I want to get fucking SummerSlam. It just came out. The guy just got it in. I used to have the sheet on what VHSs were coming out in this dude's store. And like, I would run there to try to beat everybody to fucking rent it. Because I always used to get there late. And the guy would be like, oh, we have no more left. And I'd be like, fuck. You know, like all the new movies that would just come out. I'd always be the last guy there. And I hated doing that at fucking Blockbuster too. When you see a fucking movie you love and you're like, oh my God, I'm going to watch this tonight. And they're like, oh, we're all out. He's like, you motherfuckers.
Yeah, I remember that. I remember those days where you'd go to the video store and the hot new movie was coming out and you go to the, you know, they'd have the box of, you know, the actual box in front and then the tape behind it. And then all the tapes behind it were gone. It's like, you guys don't have an extra? Nope, it's all fucking rented out.
Once in a while, they would tell me to check the bin. They'd be like, go check, you know, we'll check the bin or whatever. And they'd check it and be like, you know, most of the time they'd be like, nah, it's not there. But once in a while, they'd be like, yeah, we got it. And I'd be like, yeah. And they'd be like, but it's not rewound, so I'll take 50 cents off the bill. Oh, okay, thanks.
That's funny.
Yeah, they used to fucking charge you 50 cents.
Well, it depends on what place, but I do remember that some did charge you if you didn't rewind the... and that's why they'd always have that stupid fucking sticker, be kind, please rewind.
Yeah. You have to rewind for the next person. It's like,
I want to see them. I want to see them do that onto DVDs now. I want to see them put that sticker on DVDs and then hand it to a kid. And they'll be like, what do you mean
please
rewind?
Kids would be like, kids don't even know what the fuck rewind is, bro. Like, they'll tell you, like...
Dude, they don't know how to dial a rotary phone. That's not being able to, like, drive, you know, manual transmission. You're fucking lost.
You don't know how right you are, because I saw a video on YouTube. I'm pretty sure if you look it up, you can find it. They put a rotary, in front of a kid, and they were like, all right, make a phone call. And the kid totally was just like, I don't know, what do? You pick it up? And, like, how do I... Like, they were like, okay, so you know your home number, right? And he was like, yeah. And they're like, dial your home number. And he was just like, he just didn't know what to do. And it's like, does it really look that foreign to you, man, that you don't know a fucking rotary?
No, but you give that to a kid that might be 5 years old or younger, and they're going to try it out. It's this generation that like has smartphones that doesn't even have curiosity. It's like, well, let's give it a shot. Let's see what happens when I do this. No, but they were like, they were just so dumb.
And how good did we get at dialing those things? Because you'd be like, if you had to go with an 8
fuck,
or a
I was
9,
fast on those fucking rotaries.
Yeah, like you'd have to wait for it though. Like if you had an 8 or a 9 that you had to pull around, you go like this and pull the 9 or the 8 around. You'd have to wait for like 9 different fucking ticks before it came back to the regular spot, and then you could do the 4 and then the 2, you know, or whatever. And I remember I got so good at dialing. And then I remember when they came out with the first touch ones, the buttons.
Touchtone.
Yeah, those buttons ones. It was like, remember how fast you would type in those fucking numbers once you knew them? It would be like, you know, like fucking
yeah,
fast.
before we had to fucking
dial.
use area codes.
Speed dial. Dude, they fucked us with area codes out here. There's an area code literally for every other fucking 10 miles now where I live, and it's the most stupidest
Toronto
fucking thing I've ever
and
seen.
the surrounding areas has gotten real bad. So there's like 4 different area codes for Toronto. But I remember being able to call like a district over that now has a different area code and not have to use an area code.
Same thing with me. I used to call a district over, which was like a county over, right? And the county that Chris lives in, my cousin, he never had an area code. It was the same as ours, right? And about like 20 years ago, they gave them an area code. And ever since then, they've been that area code. And it was like, why do they have to add that? And like I spoke to this guy I knew that worked at the phone company. He was like, and this is years ago, so it must be the same thing now because they added new ones on now too. He told me, oh, it's because it's just so many numbers that they've used now that they got to add it. There's just so many.
That's
and
exactly the reason.
Now they even added the 1. Remember how they added the 1 before the area code?
Well, it
Certain
depends
areas?
on, well, up here in Canada, that means it's long distance, so it's even further than just an area code. But I just loved 7-digit dialing, not have to put 10 digits.
Yeah, it was easy.
So
well, now
so
we
much
got cell
creative.
phones. We could just press one button. You know what I mean?
And then when you're asked, do you remember your friend's number?
You don't. I know. And dude, my mind was a library, bro. I knew so many. I still know my numbers.
Dude,
like,
you
I
must
still
have
know
had
the numbers, bro.
Look, I had a pager, and I'm sure you did too.
Yeah, of course.
And from that, we didn't have like. Eventually, they did come out with the ability to have like a contact list and stuff in a pager and all that.
Yeah.
But the primitive ones from the beginning didn't have that.
It was just a number.
And exactly, just a number. It wouldn't even fucking write the message for you. You wouldn't be able to call in for voicemail. It was just a fucking number.
I remember getting beeped from a payphone where I would call back the payphone and they'd put in a payphone number. I'd be like, yo, who is this? And it's Tim. Oh, what's up, Tim? Where are you? Oh, I'm at a payphone. Oh, okay. Where are you? In the bowling alley? Yeah, I'm in the bowling alley payphone. And I remember it used to be like that. Like I didn't even know what fucking number this was, and I'm calling it back. That's how it was. It was so primitive, bro. But it was like cutting edge to us, bro. It was
Dude, I loved having a pager back in the day. It was just so convenient, and
it was, it was.
It was, and on top of that, like you could also like type it instead of a number. You could type in like a code or something. Like you could have a code
like
display.
Hello. I remember Shannon texted me hello.
Depends. Like that sounded advanced. To me, it was just numbers at that point. So it's just like,
okay,
you want to say something
you could
to
do
me
it with numbers.
No, I'm saying like you want
to
hang out with me or smoke. Just type in 420, or you want to fucking do this, or it's an emergency. Type in 911.
Oh yeah, we used to. 411 is where the fuck are you? Like what's going on? You know. We used to do all those numbers, codes back then. Yeah. Those are the good old days.
Better times.
143, all of them. Shannon used to type out hello in numbers.
Yep.
You know, fucking crazy shit.
07734, I believe. But then there's boobies.
Yep.
5318 well, that's how you type it in, then you flip it upside down. Tiff in the chat says, I remember I actually walked into the back room of the beaded doorway. I thought I was going to the restroom. LOL, I immediately walked out of the room. She's referring to the porn room.
To the sex room? Yeah, man. I remember going into that. Yep.
I remember those rooms.
Yep. I remember wanting to go in there so bad, bro, and be like, oh my God, I just saw a tit when I walked by the curtain. I just saw a tit.
I remember.
And I'd be like, oh,
I remember
that room.
My local video store when I was growing up, where the further end back, of the place had, the porn movies and stuff. So like, my parents would be looking and stuff. Me and my brother would go, to that area, and we'd see all these covers and stuff of, porn movies and all that. And they were risque.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was just a funny thing about 80s and porn movies.
Yeah, dude, it's fucking that shit is so funny.
Is Wire still here? Oh no, he left.
He did?
Yeah, I guess a while ago. I didn't notice.
He had to go. I gotta work.
Yeah, he's training tigers, isn't he?
Yeah, he's training tigers with
Joe Exotic.
Joey Tiger, yeah, Joey Exotic. He's in his next video with him.
Yeah, they're gonna do a duet.
Fight. Yeah, it's a tap dancing duet, and it's called "Fuck and Fight." And it goes, "We like to fuck and fight.
I like to fuck. I like to fight.
Yeah,
and
dude,
being with wild feels so right."
Did you know it? Did you know it's a real song?
No, yeah.
Oh yeah, it's a real song. Fuck and Fight, bro. I heard this guy sing it in a bar in fucking like Virginia, and it was like, I was like, okay, I didn't understand what he meant at first. I like to fucking fight. I thought it meant like I like to fucking fight. Like I like to fucking fight. Like not fuck and fight, but like I like to fucking fight. Like I like fucking fighting. I thought it was like that, but no, it really was. I like to fuck and then fight. So the guy likes to fuck and then fight someone. I guess it's like a tradition to fuck. I mean, to fight.
I don't know. To me, it should be the opposite. You get your fucking testosterone
fight
going with the fight, and then you go fuck. You showed your girl, I'm fucking tough. Mon. Strike me for that.
Dude, I'm telling you, the truest thing any comedian or person has ever said in the world is make-up sex, okay? That is, when you get into a fight with your girl, your man, whatever the fuck it may be, you get into a fight with them, and then afterwards you make up with a fuck. It is the best. Like, it's always been. Like, and maybe that's because the testosterone is flowing or the fucking blood is flowing better. I don't know what it is, but it's always been that way with me and Shannon. Like if we would have an argument, which is rare, and we wouldn't like talk to each other for the first 3-4 hours, and then we make up, it was always like better.
I'd say that hate fucking is much more enjoyable.
Well, I wouldn't want to hate fuck my wife.
Well, no, I'm talking about girlfriends and that sort of thing,
Yeah, like I hate fuck a slut. You know what I mean?
No, a girlfriend. No, a slut doesn't fuck. No, like what do you? It doesn't matter. If fucking slut, she's a slut. But a girlfriend, if she gets you mad, if a girlfriend gets you mad, like
Well, I get that, but that's what I'm talking
her
about.
Fucking insolence.
Like, what do you like? Yeah, but it's all on what you will bring it to. Hate fuck, really. I mean,
no, it's what they bring it to as well.
Well,
if they're fucking angry, they want to go to bed angry, but they still want to fuck, then, well, that's a hate fuck.
Well, I mean, I don't know about the word hate.
Do some
maybe
research.
At that moment.
It's a thing.
Maybe at that moment. Fuck. Yeah, I know it's a thing, but it's like, these psychos out there like to just fucking manhandle a chick and bash your head into the fucking
No. It's basically going to bed. Well, it's fucking while angry and going to bed angry. That's what a hate fuck I would say is.
Like even after you fuck?
Yes.
Still hate?
Yeah, it's like, we both have our needs and we're fucking very angry at each other, but we're going to fuck each other and then we're going to go to bed angry.
See, I couldn't stay mad afterwards.
No, I understand. It's not good to go to bed angry and all that, but that's, in my definition, is what a hate fuck is.
And I get you. And so I guess some couples are like that because I've known couples that, they were arguing while they were drunk and then they fucked that night because I heard them bang up against the fucking wall in the house we rented. And then the next morning they get up and they're still pissed at each other. And I kept thinking in my mind, didn't they fuck last night?
Yep.
Like, doesn't that mean they made up? Right? So then I asked my boy that by the pool and I was like, yeah, you still arguing with her? And he's like, yeah, she's fucking cunt. And I'm like, well, didn't you guys fuck last night? He's like, why are you saying that? I'm like, well, because the bed was jumping up against the fucking wall the whole night.
The fucking frames of the pictures fell on the ground and
I
cracked.
was like,
Shut the
dude,
fuck up.
You were smashing her out in there. Like, how could I not hear it? And it echoed through the whole hallway. and he was like, oh, we're still mad. And I'm like, how could you be mad? You fucked last night, right? You got your rocks off, right? And he was like, yeah, but that doesn't mean we made up. And I was just like, wow, me and
Well, there you go. That's the perfect definition of hate fuck.
You're right, because you know what I mean. It's like different strokes for different folks, I guess. After I huge like that, I'm kind of.
I don't recommend it.
Whatever.
I don't recommend it because, again, like you said, it's not good to go to bed angry at your significant other and stuff. But that happens.
Yeah. I like to hate fuck YR.
Hate fuck him in the mouth.
Could you imagine that, man? Could you imagine a big dude he better stay far out of trouble, that dude, because he does not want to go to jail. That would be a bitch ass for somebody straight up. They'd be like, oh, look at that little cracked out white boy.
Nice little pert mouth.
Nice little perk. I'm putting it right up in that purple mouth, man. You got a nice smile on you, little boy. Bring that ass up on here, boy. You're going to cell block 4, bitch. That's right. You know who runs cell block 4? That's right. Yeah,
Mr. Nick.
I walk all sexy. I heard you used to clean up the house wearing a French maid thong. I heard. That's what I heard with ruffles and shit. You get that little tight little ass in the ruffles. Yeah, baby. You ever eat ass out? Yo, I'm telling you, if I remember this guy's name, Dave, you would get a kick out of him so much, bro. There was this guy in a documentary, right? And I'm sure I could find it if I really look for it, and I'll send it to you. But there was this guy in a documentary who, in the documentary, he was being straight up. And he told the guy that was interviewing him, he said, straight up, when a new bitch ass comes in here, he's like, the first thing I'll do is I'll tell him, you're going to be eating my ass out and jerking me off. And he said, well, if they put up a fight and they lose, they'd still be eating my ass out and jerking me off. But they get a little more respect. And the other guy that was sitting next to him was like, every single cat that goes through that door, you can guarantee you'll be eating this to get ass out right here. And I was like, whoa, bro, fuck that, dude. Like, this shit is real. This dude is so, like, big and dominant over everybody in this jail that he fucking literally just about every dude that came through there ate his ass out and jerked him off. And if you didn't, you'd probably end up dead. And most people just winded up doing what they had to do. And he had white boys, black boys, Puerto Rican boys. He had them all, bro. And he's bragging about all of them. And the camera was following this dude through jail. And he was pointing the guys out as he was going along, like, that dude ate my ass. That dude ate my ass. And I was like, holy fuck, bro. Like, this should be in a fucking movie. Like, it was crazy. But this guy ran the jail like that, Dave. You know, what is he, a superhero? How does this guy have dominance over an entire jail like that?
Because he's probably he's probably sucking the dick of one of the guards or wardens. Because he wouldn't be allowed. Because he's actually the bitch. That's what people don't seem to understand with this. People who act this way in jail, look, we know that the guards are totally aware of this. The guards are on the take. But more importantly is that the fucking dean, for example, he's in charge of making himself look good and keeping the jail under, wraps, especially since a lot of them are privatized, which is disgusting.
Are you going to tell me it's like that? Are you going to tell me it's like that movie with Richard Pryor and the guy who played Charlie in Chocolate Factory? What the fuck's his name again?
Wilder.
Wilder. You remember the movie they came out with where they were in jail and they had to do a rodeo thing and Wilder could ride the rodeo really
never
good?
Saw that movie. I know of it, but I never saw that movie.
That movie is great. I'm surprised you... Well, hey, did you ever see...
I just want to wrap up by saying the point is basically like this guy's only... If they're especially following him through the jail and saying and showing that this guy has dominance, the only reason why he's doing that is because either the dean is having him suck his dick or fucking him in the ass, or somebody else in position of power is allowing him to do that. He wouldn't be allowed to do that unless he was allowed to do
it like that.
So basically, but that's the thing though. If you're the dean and you want to keep your jail under control and you have this, big guy who potentially could do your bidding and keep things, sort of relaxed
On
or
the inside.
like
Yeah.
controlled, you know? As long as he doesn't have to worry about like riots and shit, he'll put whatever fucking piece of shit in power in the jail to run that shit. So
Well, yeah, that's why I mentioned that movie, because that's what they did in that movie. They had that one guy was working with the warden, you know, and that's why he was able to dominate the jail like he did in that movie.
okay, I get your connection.
So,
Now. I've
yeah.
never, but I haven't
Yeah.
seen that movie, so I'm gonna have to watch it. But
Oh, it's a great movie, man. I mean, it's fucking funny.
but it makes
and
sense,
the premise
though.
of it is
it
good.
makes
yeah.
sense, and I would do the same thing. I mean, if I was in the position of a warden, and that's your motivation, which is, you know, you want to control your
Yeah.
jail, but you don't want to get your guards into fucking danger. You protect the one guy who's gonna fucking dominate the entire jail, and you force him to do things, and you know, you give him things in return, and everyone's happy, except for those that are raped. But
That brings me to what I was going to ask you. Did you ever? All right, have you ever seen Clint Eastwood movies?
oh yeah, of course, lots of them.
All right, do you remember a movie from him in like the late 70s? Yeah.
What's going on, Ken?
This movie that came out with Clint Eastwood, it was with him and an orangutan, and it was called
Yes.
Every Which Way But Loose.
Yes.
You remember that movie?
Yes, I do know that.
Yeah,
movie.
that fucking movie was so great, dude. I watched it the other day for the first time in like years, and they even made a sequel to it, which I forgot about. I forgot the name of it, but they made a sequel to it years later because it was such a hit movie. How you doing? Hold on 1 second, dude.
It's
Yeah,
like,
hold on 1 second.
Ken's greeting people. He's a valet now. Skype lines remain open for all those that wish to call in. Again, no call from Tiff. Why no call from Tiff? And Travis TLC, you could take time from fucking, you know, overlooking those Chinese slaves to call in. Come on. Apparently, Nikki J just got off work. First Love says, that is sweet. I remember Road Rash being a souped-up pole position and was like, this Genesis is from outer space. These graphics. Yeah, the Genesis actually, I mean, it was out at the same time as the NES, and it certainly blew it out of the water when it came to its graphics, but just due to the following of the NES and the advancements of the chip development and so forth, allowed for the games to at least keep up to the sense where they were able to, you know, compete against Sega. But at that point, Sega had the superior system. Do we have Ken back yet? No, Ken is muted. He's greeting all the people there, wherever he is, at the deli, I guess, the Italian deli. Spartan King says, yeah, I've seen better fatalities in a Care Bears episode than MK Sega. Travis going on and on about James Bond, Timothy Dalton. Bearded Fern says, yeah, back in the day, you didn't need to dial the area code. You might be a little delayed there. A lot of people seem to yearn for the time where we could rent video games in the chat. Got 49 viewers. Only 13 thumbs up. That's really odd. That's bizarre. It's weird. I would have thought that, you know, your first action, just like when you get in the car, your first action should be put on your seatbelt, but your first action when you get into this chat, into this stream, should be to give a thumbs up. I mean, like, come on, people. Come on. I mean, that's, how do you make trolls die? But to just show them the love you have for others. Because they don't thrive on love. They thrive on hate. And there we go. Nice thumbs up, 14. But yeah, we got quite the number of people watching right now. 48 viewers. I know that apparently Tony was going to stream. Let's see if that's live yet. Yeah, he's live. 2 viewers. Let's just quickly check in with Tony, see what's going on here.
Tony, no, I never will, bro. And numbers don't mean shit to me. I could give a fuck less. I'll be here doing what I do, whether there's 2 people or 100 people. I do what I do because I do what I do. I don't do it for numbers or anything else.
Now, I love you, God. God is the greatest thing ever, because God provides us with such sometimes deliciously hilarious things. I just literally just tuned in to that. Now, we can all laugh at that. We all can laugh at that because we've heard the total opposite of it. Let's listen to a little more, maybe. That was live.
But I would say if we're talking about numbers, I mean, let's talk about numbers. I mean, you can check out my numbers. They're pretty much equivalent to Drew's. I was checking that out last night. That's crazy, bro.
Started
Me and
14
Drew
minutes ago.
basically... all right, so this is off.
Okay, no, we can't. I can't deal with that. You can't fast forward, live, streams. So they can't do that. Shout out to Latino Heat in the chat. But I do find that quite comical. We've heard quite a different thing. While we continue to wait for Ken, who is still muted, let's hear this song that YR made.
That's right. Now, say my name.
Rose, 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 Rose.
Goddamn
Dave Rose,
right.
He's live again all day. Exposing you, don't play. Another 45-hour stream. Dave Rose, exposing you, exposing me. It don't matter, he looks for the truth. He's about the facts, no excuse. Don't come at him with no bullshit, because he will expose your shit. 7, 8, 9 hours, he don't quit. Going all day and all night for the truth. Dave Rose, no excuse, man. Say my name, he's in the chat. He's got the wrench, like a bat, oh. Big swing, home run, grand slam. Dave Rose won the game.
Yeah,
I said, he's coming in another 4-hour show. Bump it up to 5, bump it up to 6. With a donation. And everyone's having an elation. Vacation. It's a drama, permanent vacation. The drama wars, YR lost. Dave Rose, he was on top all the time, cause he's winning. He's a winner, he's a winner. He's like Ken, he's like Ken. They go to win all the top, way up high, higher than Tony in the sky. We fly by you and wave bye-bye because we win. And we're not Mexican, but Dave Rose can speak Spanish. It's really nice sandwich. Eating on the sandwich by Dave Rose. He cut the crust off.
I don't touch my crust off. Shout out to YR for that exclusive track, the Devious Dave Rose Rap 2022. And yeah, that's fucking awesome. And I don't care what anyone fucking says. I enjoyed that. And I'll have to use it more often. Shout out to the 47 viewers in the chat. Blah, 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 blah. Also, Ronald Booth is a man after my heart. Says he loved Dreamcast. The Dreamcast actually is the first iteration of the Xbox, if you really know your shit. Shout out to the 51 viewers. Blah, 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 blah. But yes, it was beyond its time. Beyond future. And yes, at this point, there were dial-up modems. It had one built in. It was probably one of the greatest systems ever created. And it had probably, I'd have to say one of, if not the best controller ever created for a game system. It was perfect. It was a perfect system. The Dreamcast shall live on. People continue to develop games for them. And yeah, I love the fact that there was the white one, there was the black one, they had different colors. Truly amazing. Ran on Windows CE and just had some amazing games. I remember actually having a PlayStation 1 and a Dreamcast at the same time. And comparing the graphics between Jedi... Oh, I can't remember the game. Force Unleashed. And seeing the difference between the two games, it's like, wow, the PlayStation doesn't even compare. But yeah, the Dreamcast was amazing. I loved the controller, the ability to insert both memory cards and, the little Tamagotchi type, memory card with the LCD and stuff. That was fucking incredible too. And to continue to play games on that and then insert it into your system and then, connect it to your game and stuff. That was fucking incredible stuff. Let's get back to the chat here. A lot of comment on the Dreamcast. Well, Tactics says Dreamcast had Marvel vs. Capcom 2, Soul Calibur, Power Stone, and Street Fighter 3. Yes, they did. Veselov says, where's Casey's Raw? He would be eating this up. Yes, I wonder where he is. Maybe he's driving home. Bam says, 500 live viewers, honk, honk, honk. 8,000 viewers! Ba, 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 ba. Ronald Booth says, Dreamcast felt like an arcade at home, plus their launch titles were amazing. Yes, they were. Echo the Dolphin was also a fucking game that's a cult game now. That's a game that fucking people absolutely adored. Travis says, I still have my 1996 N64 and still works perfectly. I wonder why. Could it be GoldenEye? Also, what you really should do is you should get the bootleg version of GoldenEye, which allows you to actually play what they wanted to do in the first place, which is you could have multiplayer with all the different Bonds that came out there. Eventually, they weren't able to get the authorization from each actor for their likeness to be displayed, but the programming does exist. You can find these games out there. So you can play as Roger Moore versus Timothy Dalton, for example. So if you want to really talk big shit there, Travis, get that game going and then talk to us. Somebody I've never seen before says, name Ghost of Darkness, says, my first game system was the N64 and steering wheel with some classic Gran Turismo. Afterwards came the Game Boy Advance handheld and then the Game Boy SP. Well, Ghost of Darkness, my first system was an Atari VCS, aka the 2600. Yes, I am flexing right now. And I do have a strong arm. Now, Will Tactics says Dreamcast controller would destroy your thumb. No. It was the perfect controller. Feslov says, TLC, ever take GoldenEye out? I bet that is the game that gets most play. Dude, the guy's obsessed with Bond. Of course he fucking is obsessed with that. Ronald Booth recognizes that Echo the Dolphin was a great game. Travis says, actually, WCW NWO Revenge has the most play, LOL. And yes, that's probably my favorite game on the N64. Travis also says, yeah, I've seen that mod, Dave. So hopefully he'll get it on his system. Then he says also, I have my original Super Mario 64 and GoldenEye. Oh, we got calls coming in from a few people, I guess. Possibly. Maybe I missed one. We got the one and only Derailed Gatekeeper Drew.
Cheese Man from Cheeseland checking in. What's up, man?
What's up?
Oh, just wrapping up another day, and was listening to your conversation with Ken, talking about some of the past technologies and things that really aren't a thing anymore. I agree with you guys that it's it's a shame to not have the video stores anymore and to be able to walk around and
Yep.
dream about what you want to grab and
Yep.
pick something. Or even with the beepers, for example, my father had one. I never had one, but he did. I just went straight to the cell phone. But at the same time, even though we look back and have fond memories of that, would you utilize it if it was there? Would you utilize a beeper? Would you utilize a store with our current technology?
Yeah, actually, I would.
Do you still have a DVD player, VHS, or anything like that?
Yep, I have both.
I think, well, I know I do. They're just not hooked up. 'Cause
Oh, I've
everything's
got mine
just,
hooked up and ready to go.
online.
Just like my
Wow.
original Xbox.
How often do you use it?
Seldomly. But
you
at
think
least,
if video stores were around, you would utilize it more?
Probably. I mean, but most of my entertainment these days is YouTube documentaries. Okay.
Right.
My TV is not a smart TV. My Xbox doesn't have the, wireless option. I could set up a computer to hook into the TV to act as a media center, but somebody hung up. I don't know. Are you there, Drew?
Yeah, I'm still here.
I have no idea why I just got that sound. I might have missed a call. I don't know. Okay, so so basically, I don't really use it that often, but once in a while I do like to watch a movie on my big screen, and I've got the DVD for that purpose. I've got old VHSs with me on there, for example, or something else, and that's the reason why I have a VHS. It's not that I actively use it, but it's good to have that technological option.
Yeah, I've still got plenty of VHSs. They're all sitting in my father's house in an entertainment center, but they're there, whenever I'm ready to pull them out and use them, but
I've got
no, I
a
was
lot
just
of
thinking
DVDs
about that.
personally, and I mean, I don't have a Blu-ray player. I'm perfectly fine with DVDs for watching movies.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I prefer the DVD. That and I liked when they started adding the commentaries to certain movies and videos and such. When the DVDs came out, like going back and watching Chappelle's show with the commentary on, and Dave Chappelle and what the fuck was his name? The white guy who did the writing on the show.
I can't remember.
But I can't remember his name. But they were both hilarious on there to do the commentary and talk about why this scene came about, or how Charlie Murphy and Rick James' story was actually as real as they could make it, and talking about that. And I think they even had Charlie Murphy on for that one, and he was kind of giving his 2 cents on the making of that and his experiences and everything. It's not just with Chappelle's show; they did it with movies too. And I'd sometimes, like, going to bed, I'd flip on a movie and I'm like, I'll put the commentary on this time, and it was almost like pop-up video back in the day. Remember the music videos?
Yeah.
Well, it was kind of like a pop-up video in a way, but instead you got them to actually sit there and talk to you and tell you about the making of the movie, or one of the funny things that happened off camera, or whatever. I thought that was a really intelligent addition to the rewinding feature. I see. Did you ever have one of those tape rewinders? All it did was rewind tapes for you.
Never had that.
Dumbest invention ever.
It is,
if you ask me. But it's pointless. Like, how many fucking movies are you watching at a time that you need a fucking rewinder? Just, you're done with the movie, hit rewind, go take a piss, come back, and it's done. It wasn't that bad. I never understood those things, other than for video stores to have them for their own, rewind purposes. But who was it that had one? Maybe it was the video store I worked at that had one. Like, who buys these things?
Well, that's the thing, though, is that look, people like me and others, where when you live in the country and stuff, and you do experience, consistent sort of power outages during certain times of the year and stuff, or if you've got a cottage or you're out, out in the middle of nowhere and stuff, that you've got no internet connection. It's spotty at best. And sometimes those Saturdays, Sunday nights that you need to be entertained, especially if it's raining outside or you can't do anything, snowing, that's the best form of entertainment. That's why, the further you go away from urban societies, you do find that these video stores, although much smaller, you don't find blockbusters, but you do find, say, a convenience store that rents out movies. You'll find them much more often in these places where internet connection is spotty, and people need some sort of diversion during the weekends or something.
Oh, I'm seeing in the chat, Ronald Booth says it apparently saved your VCR from breaking down. The VHS rewind.
Oh, because you had to rewind it on your VHS. Yeah, I can understand that.
Yeah, to a degree. I mean, I never had a VCR bust on me. We usually.
Oh, I remember that when we initially got our VHS recorder, that we did have to send it in for servicing because, that shit did happen.
Really?
And that's hilarious. Is that was actually because it was such a big thing that it was such a big investment as well. This cost a lot of money back in the day. That it was just, especially because it wasn't a consumerist, society at that point, that it was just cheaper to have somebody like repair it. So you would take it to, a repair shop, or even, back to the manufacturer, and they would repair it for you. And it would cost you money, but it would cost you a lot less than buying a new one. Nowadays, for example, with a printer, you run out of fucking ink cartridges. It's cheaper to buy a new printer than buy the replacement ink cartridges.
Absolutely. I've got an uncle who is in the industry, and he's told us for years, he's like, just buy a new printer. Fuck it.
It's called planned obsolescence, and they do it on purpose. It's absolutely fucking vile and disgusting, and thankfully Europe is stepping up to this, where they have the right to repair, where it's like, it got broken, but guess what? It's, like the consumer must be able to repair this themselves. If not, you've made something that was purposely faulty, and we're going to find your fucking ass into oblivion. So at least the Europeans are doing that.
I don't know if it's a different material or not, but I've always thought it funny that you could buy a dozen pins for $1 at the corner store, but you got to pay $50 for a container of ink. So I don't know if it's a different kind of ink that costs a hell of a lot more, or if it's just straight up, highway robbery.
It's been proven to be a sham.
Yeah. So, I mean, I could, if it was easy, I could just empty the ink from my fucking ink pins and do it a lot cheaper.
Well, which is why those places that sell refurbished ink cartridges are so prevalent.
You were talking about the repair shops. Now, did yours specialize in like VCRs, a specific thing, or were they kind of a jack of all trades, where they would do watches, grandfather clocks, and they just had a whole shop full of shit?
Well, the one for the VCR was dedicated, but no, I know what you're talking about. There's, multiple repair shops out there that were, capable of handling just about anything.
We've got one. It's on the Missouri side from us, but I think they're like, they advertise grandfather clock repair. Is, you see them from the outside, you think, oh, it's just clocks that they do. But you go in there and they've got DVD players, VCRs and such. I think they just market more toward the older crowd. I don't know. I don't know anyone young that has a grandfather clock, although those things are really cool. But what else were you talking about? The video games. Dreamcast, I'll echo that. That was one of my favorite systems. And that was the system that introduced me to Shenmue. I don't know if you're familiar with that one.
Yeah, I know that brand. Or that.
That the game, yeah. It's a really good story. They planned seven sequels in total, or seven total games rather, but that'd be 6 sequels. But even though it sold a lot of copies, I guess they didn't make enough money on it, and they had to actually crowdfund the third game just to get a conclusion to the series. And they kind of wrapped it all up real quick. From what I understand, I still haven't played the third game or watched any gameplay on it, but that game was so ahead of its time. I was surprised more people didn't pick up on it, because a lot of games today take a lot of the features or ideas from that series, utilize it today in very popular game franchise.
Yeah, it was. It was big on that platform, but it wasn't really sort of recognized for what it did accomplish.
Yeah, well, I mean, you see that in music too. I mean, people that are ahead of their time don't become popular until much later, like even after their deaths, because what they inspired, it was just ahead of its time. I mean, there were some that were obviously recognized, like your Chuck Berry, Jimi Hendrix, and that. But there's some musicians out there that, other than a Hall of Fame nod, you may have never heard of them. So it's kind of the same way in video games. Like with Shenmue, they had the clock, and you had to do things at certain times of the day. And games like Breath of the Wild utilize that now. Just one specific feature, but that's one that jumps out at me, because I always like the idea of having to do things in a certain time frame, strategizing what you're going to do at what part of the day to accomplish what you need to in a timely manner. I always like that as a feature, an added strategy to the game, or a challenge rather. Man, what happened with Ken?
I'm not too sure.
Hope
everything is okay.
Yeah. How many books do you have on Amazon, Drew? Bill Burr has quite a few. Wait, what? No, okay. Spartan King in the chat. No, what I was saying was, because he suggested Bill Burr was the guy that was the writer on Chappelle's show that I was talking about. And it was Neil Brennan that I was thinking of. So I was just saying I was thinking of something different. I'm not shitting on Bill Burr. I think he's funny as fuck.
Yeah.
I don't know. Just misunderstanding. But
also, Based Alcatraz in the chat says Wave Race Blue Storm for the GameCube was awesome too. I never liked the GameCube, and I always said that the Wii was GameCube 1.5, because that really was what it was. All they did was just remove the blockiness of it. Same sort of discs, same sort of device. Few upgrades here and there. They still didn't provide you with high definition fucking video. And that's what they gave you. And you ate it up, people. You ate it up.
I had Wave Race on I didn't. My cousin had the 64. And I played Wave Race on there. I enjoyed it for its time, but I've gone back and played it here in the last few years. And 5 minutes and I'm done. It's just so... It's funny. I've gone back to some original Nintendo games that I would play for hours on end, and I'll play them for 5 minutes and just not be interested, not care. And kind of ruins the memories for me a little bit. Like, I used to really have fun with this game. Now, I just don't care. I'd rather be playing something else. And I don't know what that is. I mean, because obviously the nostalgia is there to want to play it, but maybe it's because we've been spoiled with such, I wouldn't call them better games, but
high
games
definition
that challenge you more.
Sorry?
No, I wouldn't even call it graphics, because there's games with phenomenal graphics that I'm not interested in, and then there's games that have kind of subpar graphics for now that I like. So I don't know if it has to do with high definition or anything like that. It's just you know, you can pick up a controller and play for hours on a newer game, but I mean, can you really do that and keep yourself entertained with an old Nintendo game? Some of them, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
But some of the ones
Metroid?
I remember as a kid playing for hours. But I'm sorry, Metroid?
Yeah, Metroid, fucking Mega Man 2, 3. Like, these were games that, you know, took investment and time. Even Zelda.
Mm-hmm. Well, and those are ones that I would say are those examples. I'm thinking of like American Gladiator. That was one I used to play a lot, and I sat down for 2 minutes, and I'm like, I got halfway up the wall, and the fucking gladiator pulled me down. Fuck this. Or I'd miss a hole and I'd fall. And
I don't think I ever played that.
That was
game.
It was fun in its time. The best I can give it. I used to rent it from the video store, but the Final Fantasy was the one that really captivated me first. I think I even played that before Zelda, and I mean, just the amount of detail to the game, having to farm and grow your character before you move to the next level. I mean, these were things that were so far ahead of its time in the early '90s, rather, that you know, I knew early on I was going to be into the RPG style game. You know, I enjoyed sports games too. My dad and I would play Tecmo Super Bowl, one of the few games I could get him onto the video games with. I'd play Mario, but I never got invested in it like everyone else. Other than RPG, because it was an RPG. But I don't know. I found it funny going back and trying some of these old games and not enjoying them as much as I used to. Super Dodgeball, that's still fun.
Yeah.
What was it? USA versus you had Japan and India. And each of them had their different turfs, so you try and run on it. When you were in Russia, it was ice, so you'd slide. And so you could get caught off guard and take a ball in the back of the head. But that's still an entertainment. But yeah, just some of them, they didn't stand the test of time with me. Kind of amazed by that. Even going back and playing Mario 1, and I know you've talked about this before, like you still enjoy going back and playing that. I don't know, I've lost interest in it over time. I guess it just depends on what you're into and, you know, what kind of game you like. See what everyone else is saying in the chat. Okay, so Danimal, Final Fantasy is my favorite for Super Nintendo. They changed the title to Final Fantasy 3 on later system remakes. So Final Fantasy 1 was on the original Nintendo. He's talking about, I think it was Final Fantasy 6, but it's Final Fantasy 3 to us in America.
Yeah.
And that's the one that had Kefka was the main enemy in that. That was one where, you know, you're trying to fight him and stop him, and then he scorches the earth, and then basically the second half of the game is just a totally destroyed earth that you're trying to bring back to some form of normality. That was a really detailed game and really advanced on the first one. But the first one has a close spot in my heart because it's the first true game that I beat. Like, I'm not talking about beating Mario or you know, beating Metroid. I'm talking about actually sitting down and having to play a game for days on end. Final Fantasy.
So Will Tactic says Chrono Trigger was the best RPG ever.
You know, that is one I never got to do. I
never
did
played Chrono Trigger either. I know people who, you know, swore by it and all that, but I honestly did not like RPGs on a console. Too much time investment. I wanted to go in and go out. That's all I liked.
So you say on console, does that mean on PC there was ones that you enjoyed?
No. MMOs maybe, but just not straight out like single player RPGs. You know, like Skyrim and all that.
When you prefaced console, my mind went to King's Quest. even though I don't know if you'd call that an RPG, it had some elements of it too.
Yeah, but
So
King's
it
Quest for
certainly
the
took some
PC
time
is
and
what you're
investment.
referring to.
Correct. And that,
well, I mean, they weren't bad games, but I don't know. I just wasn't really. Well, there were some games. Yeah, King's Quest was good. They had D&D games, for the PC and stuff. Turn-based and all that, and yeah, that some of it was enjoyable. But I'm more referring to console games like, Final Fantasy as an RPG. I never liked that RPG ever. I didn't like the story. Yeah. I didn't like the characters. I didn't like the look. It just wasn't me.
Well, the original Final Fantasy, the story was very primitive. In my mind, I mean, it did have. They put some thought to it, but it seemed seemed like a very basic idea. Where Final Fantasy 3 or 6 or whatever you want to call it had, there was a lot more to the story, and of course they've gone beyond that over the years. But yeah, I mean, we each have our different tastes and what we like in games. I'll never criticize someone for liking or disliking a game unless they're going to say they like Ghosts and Goblins on fucking Nintendo, or was it Ghost? No, E.T. E.T. on Atari. If someone says they like that game, they're fucking.
Maybe they're sadists.
I mean, other than to just play a fucked up game.
Yeah, could be. Maybe they like that.
That one, most lists I've looked at, that's ranked. If it's not number one, it's in the top 3 of worst games ever made, because it got rushed to stands or to the stores because they wanted to put it out with the hype of the movie, and they rushed the game so quick that so
and for
many
the Christmas
errors
season, I believe.
Yeah, Christmas. That's what it was. Thank you. I thought it was coincide with the movie, but it was Christmas. And major flop as far as certain things you couldn't get past, certain things that would freeze up or get stuck. I played it once as a kid just to say I played it. Really, all I remember was throwing Reese's Pieces on the ground to get E.T. to follow you. Did you ever do Leisure Suit Larry? Whether it be the original or the remake?
Yeah, that was actually, there was several different Leisure Suit Larrys, and I remember that in my school, like, it was like, people were trading the discs, and it was like such a risque thing. It's like, oh, I got this game, it's called Leisure Suit Larry, you gotta check it out, it talks about all this shit, and blah, blah, blah. And, people would trade discs and copy them and play the game.
My father and uncle, and this particular uncle was about 6 years older than me, 8 years older than me. So he was, a young teenager at the time. And they would go into the computer room and play Leisure Suit Larry. And every time I'd walk by the room, I was not allowed to walk in the room, but I could watch from the door. Apparently that made a difference. And then when the women were out of the house or were in bed, they'd be like, all right, come in here, look at this. I was 5, 6 years old at the time. But I got to play that, what was it, the Xbox that had the remake where you were the nephew of the original Larry?
I never got that game, to be quite honest.
Never did. It was on a college campus instead of just, whores and bars and shit. You were actually on a college campus, and you were Leisure Suit Larry's nephew, so you were the nerdy kid on campus. But the objective was to become, the chick magnet. So you'd have to go to parties and play games like Flip Cup or, what have you, and you'd have to do these little competitions like, guess the size of the breast or whatever. I mean, there were a whole bunch of different things in that game. That was one that I played for a while, more for the raunchiness than anything else, because the game otherwise, if you take out the raunchiness and the drive to get this guy laid, basically, all you have is a bunch of stupid mini games. And, so you look back on it, and it was a really stupid game, but a lot of, like I said, raunchy, sex-oriented stuff, which kind of gave it its appeal.
Yeah.
Man, I forgot about that game.
And there were so many of them. Again, I remember at least 7.
What, Leisure Suit Larry's?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, especially on the PC. Because I don't know if they ever made a second one for console after the one on the college campus. But then again, I mean, I kind of got my fill after that one. I probably wouldn't have grabbed the second one anyway. Trying to remember some other weird random games I got into, especially like in the early 2000s when I had a lot more time on my hands to do that kind of stuff. When I was older and, you know, more into games at that point, or, you know, more into games of detail. But Dreamcast, yeah, that was one I keep going back to. Even though I only had a handful of games, I really loved the idea of it. I even enjoyed the Sonic game, which again, Sonic and Mario were never huge with me, but like you mentioned earlier, having the Tamagotchi feature, and it helped you with your Sonic game to, you know, take care of that in the memory unit. That was kind of a neat concept.
It was ahead of its
Attitude,
time. Totally ahead of its time.
yeah, and hasn't been duplicated since. There's still, I mean, everything's in the console now, but I mean, other than, well, I take that back. The Switch kind of takes that idea a little bit of taking your console on the road with you. So I guess they have done that a little bit here.
It's different. It's a handheld, you know?
Right.
These weren't
where
made
the
to
memory
be
unit
handhelds.
was just
These
a
were
little
stationary.
Right. And the memory unit was like the smallest Game Boy ever, and it basically only had room for a Tamagotchi on it. But it was a neat concept, and you had to have a battery in it, so then the battery would fucking die on you. I had WWF Attitude on there, and I think that was one of the first games you could actually create characters on. And I had this tag team. It was 2 bald black guys. One was Cop Killer, and the other was Dog Killer. And one of my uncles was one of my uncles was Missouri State Highway Patrol. My dad came in the room one day and saw me wrestling with Cop Killer, and he's like, "You better not let your Uncle BK see that. They'll be pissed." Like, fuck it, who cares? So I made sure I didn't. If he was over, I wasn't playing the game. It's not like he came over a lot. Then, of course, you make yourself. I assume you played the wrestling games. Did you? How did you create your personal character?
Oh yeah, there was games that I definitely created characters for.
But how did you portray yourself? Like, what was your gimmick? Or did you have one? Did you just make it basic, whatever?
Usually basic, I guess. I mean, I don't know what kind of gimmick you're referring to. Depends on the game,
like
I guess.
my guy, I'd always make him like a corporate sellout. So he'd dress up in a suit, and he was always, the cocksucker that did whatever he had to for the McMahon. That sort of thing. And then in the ring, I had specific move sets that I would use. Like Perfect Plex was always my pin finisher. That's still, I will fight anyone who says that's not one of the greatest finishers, especially a pin finisher of all time.
Well, then I'd have to say probably a mix between Bret the Hitman Hart and Macho Man Randy Savage.
Okay. Here in the more recent games, I would take, and this shows how long it's been since I bought one, but I'd take the CM Punk moveset and then change a couple of the finishers. So I'd give myself the Perfect Plex. I actually used the Anaconda Bite, so I did keep it mission, but I would alter some of the moves, but I use his moveset as the base and then, customize it from there. But, I mean, that was a cool feature early, with the Dreamcast, to be able to create your own character and do what you want, and dress them up a certain way.
Yep.
And there wasn't much in the way of custom music other than, I think they had 4 basic themes, and then you could steal someone else's. So I always came out to Vince McMahon's music, so I was the corporate dick sucker. But, so, yeah, I mean, what was really cool was when they got to Raw versus SmackDown, I think it was, or no, SmackDown Know Your Role, and then they had SmackDown Shut Your Mouth or whatever or Here Comes the Pain, and you could actually do story mode, and you could do 2, 3, 4 players within that story mode. So my buddies and I, we would all get together and play out the story mode. We double cross each other all the time and shit. And of course, each of us had our own thing. So I was the corporate asshole, and then one of them would play like the hero or the anti-hero or whatever, and it was fun. We actually, here's what's crazy: as much as we played video games and things of that nature, one of the things that we did, this was right around the time Tara and I met, so this would have been 2007. We actually invested in Dungeons and Dragons and actually played it old school on a table. And that was really neat. I'd never played it. That's the only time I've ever played the true Dungeons. And I mean, of course, we did our own house rules and everything. I was just kind of going along with it, but that was really neat. And each Thursday night we would get together and do this. Everyone was, had a plan of what they were going to do, and were invested in the story that we had developed over. And I imagine you played D&D before, right?
Yes, it's a shitty system, whether it be from fucking Dungeons and Dragons all the way up to Advanced Dungeons and Dragons, whatever version they're trying to push out now. It is one of the most antiquated and stupid systems out there. Although the concept is great, the system is absolute trash. And I will tell you something, Drew. I am the greatest, just like I'm the most intelligent person in this community, I am the greatest game master. That's actually what we call it in the greater world of RPGs, because a dungeon master is only for D&D, Dungeons and Dragons. But a game master could be of all these different RPGs that are out there. And trust me when I tell you, I am the greatest game master to ever live. Actually, correction, one of the greatest game masters to ever live. So if I ever ran an adventure with you, no matter how stupid the system might be, even if I had to use D&D, I would give you the most epic fucking adventure ever that make Lord of the Rings look like a fucking child's play.
Well, I think that's why, and of course the other guys knew more about it than me, but they implemented a lot of house rules that just used D&D as their
You know
base.
what that tells you is that system's fucked. Because if you got to implement a lot of house system rules, that means that the system doesn't work. Meanwhile, my favorite system, although antiquated as well, Palladium Books, their system works much better and makes much more sense. And the combat is so quick that it's fucking beautiful to run.
There was, speaking of D&D, and this is going back to video games, but there was, is it called Baldur's Gate, I think?
Yep.
And
That's
it
part
was
of the
almost
Skyrim. That's part of the Skyrim world.
This game is probably 15, 20 years old, but it was, a lot of the gameplay was similar to Diablo. You can even do 2-player with it. If we're talking about the same game, if I've got the right game in mind, but it was very Diablo-like, where it was just hack and slash, pick up weapons, equip or sell. I never played enough Diablo to really get into it, though. My buddy
never
had
liked that
Diablo
game.
too, but
Never liked Diablo. Never liked StarCraft. These games they were pathetic.
What about Warcraft? And not World
Never
of
liked
Warcraft, but
Warcraft.
the original.
Never
The
liked
one
Warcraft.
side versus the other.
Nope, never liked it.
See, I did like it. See, we had that in computers class in high school. We had very basic computers, but for whatever reason, the computers this school bought, Warcraft was one of the games that came already included on it. So in computers class, at least for me, was crazy simple. This guy would give us an assignment, and as he's teaching it, I would do it. I'd just get it done because it was nothing to me. And by the time he's done teaching the class in the first 15 minutes, I'm done and playing Warcraft. I'd knock out 2 or 3 games before class was over. And that's how I got into that. And I don't know, I enjoyed it. Quick in and out games, 20, 30 minutes. Whatever.
That's hilarious because back in my day, Sonny, we had a class full of, well, it was, a room full of Macintosh pluses. And, after school, for example, we'd play a game that was freeware. Well, it was shareware, but, we could use it enough to make it work. It's called Net Trek. And it was like a Star Trek derivative game. You could choose, Federation or Romulans or Klingons. The latter two could cloak. There was a lot of crazy things about it. And we would play in those computer rooms and stuff. And it was literally black and white.
Yeah, this was second, third grade, but it was the old spinach green computers. I couldn't tell you what type it was because I was too young at the time to really remember or tell you. But if we had a little bit of free time in class, like play time or whatever they gave us, 2 or 3.
What a surprise! What a surprise! We're talking about video games, and the biggest nerd of the community of video games has graced us with his presence. It's the one, it's the only, it's KC is video games.
This motherfucker.
That's right, you cocksucker.
What, excuse me?
Fight.
Yeah, you motherfucker got me drunk.
Yeah, you want to drink the other half of the bottle this Sunday? Keep talking.
Why not? I mean, it's less than like a third left, so why not?
Oh, why don't you sell the other half of that bottle and get a better phone?
I heard you guys talking video games. Like, I gotta enter this call.
Of course you do.
Okay, so add to it.
But one thing that intrigued me when you guys were talking about VHS and DVDs, did you guys ever use a VCD?
No.
Dude, I own several VCDs and I've burned several VCDs. Please, do you know who you're talking to?
Is it more common up in Canada?
No, but it's hugely common in everywhere else in the world. So, considering that here in Canada, we have access to Chinese imitation malls, if you want to call them that, I was able to accrue several collections of movies that were on VCD. Plus, you download them as well, and you got friends that are Chinese that let you burn them, so.
Well, I hear some DVD players are backward compatible to that.
I don't own a VCD player. I own a DVD player that can play all formats, so VCD is just one of them.
Okay.
What are you living in the fucking 1990s? Come on.
Well, I mean, I do have my Philips CDI that does play VCD.
Well, how about this? I'll one-up you. I've got Terminator 2 widescreen special edition on VCD that's labeled Philips that I bought from a store that was selling, the whatever it was at that point, the fucking, what was the player that they had? Come on, the one that played the games. Help me out.
The CDI.
Yeah, exactly, the CDI. So basically this was put out at the same time as CDI, and I still have that somewhere. But yeah, it is the VCD, extended director's cut of Terminator 2.
I always want.
How much you want to pay for that? You want to buy it for me? I know you like this stuff, right?
Yeah, I mean, I do collect those too. I mean, because I can watch them on my CDI. I mean, if you're willing to sell it, I mean.
I was joking, but if you want it, I'll sell it to you.
Yeah, I mean, I'm interested into it.
All right. That did not go the way I expected, but okay, continue.
But, I would love to get a laser disc. That would be cool to have.
A Laserdisc player?
Yeah.
Check out the thrift stores. I've heard that you can find them there, but those are coveted by those that collect them, and the discs are even rarer. But if you can get a hold of Star Wars, for example, Star Wars on on Laserdisc, it is. Well, you'd probably be able to make some very good money by selling it, but it is one of the most coveted things by Star Wars fans.
Well, there was one flea market that sold a bunch of them, a bunch of laser discs. I kind of wish that I picked them up, but I mean, there was no point because I didn't have a player.
Yeah, don't remind me of Love Lost, because there was many a time in the late 90s, I guess, where I could have picked up a top-loading NES, which I didn't, a Jaguar or Jaguar. Here's the thing, you do pronounce it actually properly, Casey. Most Americans and Canadians call it Jaguar, and that is actually incorrect. Jaguar is the proper pronunciation, and you say it properly. Strangely enough, one of the only words that you do say properly. But that being said, I could have picked that up for like $30-40 in, say, 98, 99. And it is a little bit regretful in the sense that I could have had one of the greatest systems. And it wasn't just the system. It included like the CD player and stuff. I could have had one of the greatest systems ever made. And yes, that controller was probably worse than a fucking Coleco or a goddamn fucking 7200 Atari. But it was still a superior system. And you had titles like Alien vs. Predator on there that, were just really good.
That's a good game, but I really enjoy Wolfenstein.
Sorry, I think you're going into the moon's dark spot. We can't hear you, Colonel Tom. Can you, or Major Tom?
Well, I am traveling. That's probably why.
Well, then, can you repeat yourself?
This is why I waited until I got parked to call. See, it's about being respectful.
That's true. Very disrespectful, Casey. Very disrespectful.
My bad. I apologize.
You've literally turned into a fucking transformer.
I apologize to Dave, not to Drew.
Oh, well, fuck you. I believe
you should be apologizing to the chat because you literally sound like fucking a retarded Decepticon.
Costanza says you're calling in from an 8-bit phone.
What's weird, I can hear you guys just fine.
Okay, that's great. But guess what? We can't hear you. You sound literally like a robot.
All right. I'll call you probably when I get home.
No.
Okay.
You stay on the line.
All
right. I believe Casey said Wolfenstein 3D.
Yes, I believe that's what he was trying to say, that he liked that game the most. I don't know. I mean, the PC, I think, played it the best, but, I mean...
That's where I played it.
Casey apparently has experience playing that on the console.
Well, I mean, I played it on the PC as well, but on the Jaguar, they have it not censored.
Interesting.
Yeah,
I don't think I ever played a censored version. It was always uncensored when I played it.
Well, the Super Nintendo censored ones.
Jesus. You sound like you were on the Super Nintendo for a second.
Well, traveling again.
Yeah, I don't think you stopped traveling.
Well,
At one point,
good
your
point.
voice
I
turned
mean,
into
I
a
was at a
laser.
stop.
It went,
There's Mr.
Well,
X
You
again.
know, strange.
Go ahead.
Strangely enough, is when I use Skype, I usually get good signal. It's when Discord usually fucks up.
I could understand him better when he was drunk on your show, Drew, than he is right now.
I'm going to have to agree.
Sounds like he's drowning. Well, maybe, maybe he did go off the road and he is drowning. Can I get your collection?
No.
Am I in your will?
I mean, if you look down that, the
Are you
build
drunk?
I
Are you
opened-
drunk?
Yeah.
Is he drunk, Drew?
No, I'm not
You know
drunk.
this guy.
Did you hit the bar after work? Like, you're leaving work late.
No.
So you're not leaving work. You must have gone to the bar or something. Yes, peanut butter whiskey.
No.
One
There's
night
that
I was
laugh
turned
again.
into an alcoholic.
Well, it is good drink.
Oh, so you're admitting that you're drinking and you're driving at the same time.
Well, no, I wouldn't do that.
I love how he
You had
took
to think
that
about
time
it,
to formulate his response.
You know, I tell you one thing. I do feel like the Monday after being drunk, I was scared if people were going to realize that I was hungover.
And what if they did?
Yeah, like how old are you? 21, man? It's like you go to work and like, are you hungover? It's like, fuck off, leave me alone. That's all you gotta fucking say. You don't have to fucking tell them you're hungover or not. It's like, who the fuck are you to ask me? Leave me the fuck alone. Like what? How old are you, Casey?
Well,
Come on.
Well, usually, I mean, I was having a massive headache, and I felt like I was drowning.
Well, tell him you got a fucking migraine. Tell him fuck off. Got a headache.
Well, I mean, I usually have headaches.
Well, then tell him to fuck off. Like, Drew, has it always been this way with you and him?
I mean, he's usually a headache for me, so you know, for him to have headaches.
No,
it's
but
just,
why isn't he fucking standing up for himself? Casey, somebody
I
fucking
don't
looks
know.
at you bad, you fucking put a tomahawk between their eyes.
Well, I mean, I do stand up for myself. Just last time, it's some shit. It's just.
the last time
Gonna
you
have to
stood up,
gonna have to nominate you for the biggest bullshit lie for the next Hemi Awards.
The last time Casey stood his ground against another employee, he pissed in their hard hat.
And then got subsequently fired, right?
Yeah.
Now I'm losing you guys.
No,
you're
no.
losing a lot right now, but
Yeah, I think you were lost to begin with.
No.
No.
Well, my phone does say poor connection right now. You know what's probably because I'm uploading 2 videos to YouTube.
Oh,
too. That probably
well,
didn't
yeah,
help.
you know, that can always
Jesus
fucking affect
Christ.
things. God forbid you have a
Yeah,
little
let's
bit of
throw that in
foresight,
now.
right?
Well,
So
I
it's-
just realized that because I had them uploading, so I was like, that's probably why I'm having bad connection.
Oh,
I
God,
think
and you have a
just mentioned
driver's
that
license.
so people knew to find. I think you just mentioned that so you think people will go watch your videos now. That's why you brought it up.
No, probably both, but...
Well, it's not like I was promoting. I just realized it.
And
But,
now you are
yeah.
by continuing to talk about it. But it's okay.
Well, I mean, you people should go watch it.
You people, excuse me?
What?
He means joggers.
I mean-
We all know what it means. It's joggers.
You can say you people.
You said you people. You said you people.
Shall we ask the Black Caucus what they think about this?
I mean, I'm not pointing out race. That's why I say you people.
I don't think he has to.
I mean, it's not illegal to say that.
I think we're
It's
going
not
to.
right.
I think we're going to have to get Dave, with your permission. We may have to get a ruling from the Black Caucus to see if Casey's canceled or not.
I probably will be canceled anyways.
Well, I do know that the Black Caucus is involved in quite a lot of Make-A-Wish, situations, and I think that they would sort of accommodate, Casey.
Are you
here.
suggesting a tard pass for Casey?
Not on those words, but yes, I am.
So who would win in a boxing match between him and Tommy? I know that was a topic earlier with the whole, Special Olympic boxing.
Tommy would come out raging, punching Casey. Casey would he'd have a few tears coming and be like, "Why are you doing this?" And then he offers a hug, and then Tommy would be like, "I can't hate you, man," and they'd just hug in the ring, and then it would just be a disqualification. The crowd would go crazy, and they'd start fucking throwing chairs into the ring, and like people would be angry and stuff. But I just don't see them. I don't see them fighting.
I can see Casey throwing video games like they're ninja stars.
No, he wouldn't do that to his games. We know that for certain. He just wants to give people hugs. He'd be punched in the stomach, be like, "No, but just give me a hug." And then like eventually he'd wear them down. They're like, "Okay, man, I love you." Now, Tommy and fucking Bullfrog, that would be a fucking epic battle.
Tommy would kill him. I think so.
I don't know. I mean, like, sure. Bullfrog is compact too, so like, and his legs aren't as thin as Tommy's. Tommy's top heavy, but his legs seem to be a little spindly. Now, Bullfrog literally is a walking blob, so he's even on most parts. He's lower in height. He's got a lower center of gravity, and he might be grabbed by Tommy, but I think he's going to be able to hold himself, up fairly well, and he might be able to use that as his advantage, to be honest.
They both have the tard rage factor. You think of the video game where you get the Fury bar, and the Fury bar goes to full, and you can do your special. Like, I don't know, maybe Bullfrog would surprise with his
I'll give you this, Drew.
Rage.
I think that Bullfrog's lower body strength is enough to actually complete a German suplex on Tommy, as opposed to Tommy pulling that off on Bullfrog.
No, see, here's how Bullfrog would do a German suplex and not do it completely and end up crushing his own head on the concrete. And then Tommy would win by default.
I don't know. If I was to bet on either of them, because again, we got Rage, Rage, and Autistic power levels almost equal. The only difference really that we're facing right now is Tommy, who is obviously taller, but he is much more, like his center of mass is much higher. His legs are spindly and thin compared to the rest of his body. And Bullfrog really is just this compact little mass of fucking flub. So because he's closer to the ground, I don't know, man. I'm going to have to... I think maybe Bullfrog could win it, because I think Bullfrog could probably take the Riri shots, and that Tommy could take Bullfrog's Riri shots. Like, because they're going to be raging mad. They're going to be fucking flailing. There's going to be hard hits, and they got the weight behind those fucking hits to fucking make it count. But I'm going to have to give Bullfrog the advantage, at least for... being closer to the ground. The gravity advantage, the center of mass, I think is what defines it here. And in fact, I got to go even further before I'll shut the fuck up, which is I think we're going to have to somehow simulate this? Would this not be the greatest thing? Find a video game where we could get these people to, like, we can create these two characters and we can have them go at each other and do a simulation, just like Rocky Balboa, the sixth movie, I believe, where they, did that between him and, the black guy, Dixon, whatever. Yeah, if we could see that, if we could see a simulation between Tommy and Bullfrog as accurate as possible in a video game, I think that would be fucking ultimate. And if anyone could fucking provide that for us, I say we make it into a fucking event on a Saturday night to watch. Please continue.
It would have to be put on someone's Patreon. Dude, you'd fucking, someone's Patreon would go insane if you did that.
I think the best person to do that on a Patreon would be Ken, because his involvement with Tommy and so forth, and they're the most, I guess, aware of Tommy. But
that's kind of what I was thinking.
But I think personally, I think it should be free. I think it needs to be available. Although it is pay-per-view quality, I think it needs to be free because people need to see what would happen if they met in real life.
True. So I don't know what I would call them. All right.
Let
Casey,
you talk.
go ahead.
Let you talk. You're not drunk tonight.
You've got your sparrows. Would I call mine my cheese mites? Would that be a good one?
No, it should be mice. It should just be your mice, because mice like cheese.
My mice.
So
okay.
So the legend goes. So
one of my mice told me that a certain burnout Bostonian has been on a bit of a rampage while we've been talking.
Oh, I don't doubt it. We haven't even talked about him. We talked about him briefly, really. Other than that,
and that's what I'm saying. It's like he was done. As long as no one talks about him, he's cool. He's Stony Tony, and he's going to do his thing, right? He's just going to do his dabberoonies. But apparently, there's been a lot more than dabberoonies today. So I just thought I'd pass that along to you.
I do appreciate that, and thank you
desire to check
to
that
the
out.
mouse that sent you that information. Go ahead.
Yeah. So anyway, the other thing I was going to mention, then I'll probably get off of here. I won $300 in Keno last night off of $50. I never fucking went on Keno. No. Here in Omaha, the bar I go to has its own little Keno hub or whatever, and it's walking distance from my hotel, like literally across the parking lot. So I've been going there for years when I'm in town, but I never played the Keno until recently, and I put 50 in there, and I was only half paying attention. I walked up and checked my ticket, and they're like $310. I'm like, holy shit.
That's excellent. You can give me a donation right now.
Yeah. I bought around for the couple people I was talking with at the time, and hooked up the bartender that's always been patient with me. So, yeah, it was pretty shocking. It's rare that I gamble, especially nowadays. And, kind of cool to see that happen.
Every time you go into a bar, Drew, you gamble with your health. Be sure to get your pinchies and wear a mask.
Oh, that's true. I'm sure if I look in the chat right now, Extreme Shaft is going, naughty, naughty, Drew, having more drinks.
Apparently, Casey Raw's gamer shelf is still existing. I thought it broke down, but it still exists, and it's still mad at Casey. I'd be mad too.
I don't know how an object can be talking.
Well, your passion in video games basically created life in this. Now you've got to deal with talking shelf. So
I would encourage you to utilize your emergency brake and not drive too fast. I just for your own safety.
What? Just pull the emergency brake now?
Yeah, I mean, maybe slow roll to red lights and pull your emergency brake instead of using your regular brake.
No,
just kind of coast into those stops.
Downshift, and use a gear brake.
Well, I mean, I don't need to do that now. I mean, the weather down here is, I don't have to deal with like snow right now. So
Casey, as your non-medical practitioner, I need to ask you, and I know that OSHA rules might apply, but you seem to sound like you have congestion in the throat and the lungs. Have you ever thought of potentially utilizing, say, Vicks Vapor Rub with its eucalyptus to alleviate said symptoms?
Well, I've been having a lagging cough.
A simple yes or no would suffice.
I don't feel congested.
Okay. Do you ever listen back to your voice?
Yes.
Okay. Do you not feel that maybe you're sounding a little nasally?
Probably.
Okay. Well, not probably. Do you believe it or not? This is what I hear, but maybe you don't hear it. I'm just asking. Yes or no?
Well, I think it's a lot of times when on like with my headset and with my Bluetooth, I think it just makes it sound worse.
Tooth. Well, you know what? How about this? How about prove me wrong? Get some Vicks Vapor Rub. Next time you're on Derailed News and Podcast Sunday night, apply some Vicks Vapor Rub to your chest prior to going on to the show. And if you sound better, if you sound less nasally and congested, well, then you can, thank me for such insight. And, just understand that I was trying to help you out.
I know you do.
But
I mean,
also, are you a big milk drinker? Do you like a lot of dairy?
Dairy, yes.
Okay.
Milk,
Yeah.
I don't really drink milk that often.
But dairy, you eat a lot of cheese? Do you eat a lot of milk? Sorry, a lot of butter? Do you put milk into meals? Like,
Well, the only time I really use milk is like for cereal or
okay,
something.
but milk. Okay, butter. Do you use a lot of butter?
Sure.
Okay. Do you use sour cream? Maybe.
Yeah, for baked potatoes.
Okay. Cheese. You like cheese? You like to eat like blocks of cheese and shit? Or maybe mix it with other stuff?
I do get like little slices of cheese every once in a while, like at the gas station, they'll have like a stick of cheese.
Oh,
Like I'll get cheddar.
God.
What?
Okay.
It tastes.
Yeah, it's just as trustable as fucking sushi from a gas station. It's as in not trustable. But okay, we'll take that. What I see is that you have a phlegm buildup. There's a buildup of, well, if you want to talk Chinese, we got Travis here. It's heat. At least I believe my assessment is heat. I don't know if he understands Chinese, medicinal methods. I wouldn't doubt it, but I would like to consult with my Chinese, what's the word?
Oh gosh.
It starts with a C, whatever. Equivalent, whatever. I don't give a fuck. I've been drinking. I've been smoking. I'm feeling fine. I'm glad that you guys are here. But yes, I believe, Casey, that you are suffering from potentially congestion in the lungs due to the excess amount of dairy that you're consuming. Dairy's great. I love cheese. Milk for cooking's great. Can't drink it. I find it disgusting. Sour cream's amazing. Look, dairy's great, but technically humans shouldn't be consuming it to the amount that we do. And it causes massive amounts of phlegm and congestion in the human body. And the Chinese refer to it as a buildup of heat. And again, I'm waiting for Travis to tell me whether I'm right or wrong, but this is my understanding.
You trying to kill my business here?
No, but see. The difference, see, the difference is how people consume it. Is that if you're going to have fine cheese, which is much different from regular pasteurized cheese, and have it combined with other foods, obviously that's perfect. But when you've got like a Walmart American who literally buys a stick of cheese and you see them walk out of the fucking Walmart eating that cheese block, then we have a problem. I'm not saying you're doing that there, Casey, but it sounds like maybe a little detox action might be beneficial for you. And if you want to prove this directly, just put a little Vicks Vapo Rub on your chest prior to doing the show with Drew on Sunday night, and listen to the difference in how your voice sounds. Not just for those on the show, but feel it as you speak. If I'm correct on this, and I believe I am, well, I can't charge you because I'm not a doctor, but I would suggest at least looking into what I'm suggesting, because yes, we all love cheese. And Drew, I'm not shitting on you at all, man. You're Dr. Feelgood, okay? You give us the best stuff. One of the greatest creations ever made by humankind, cheese. But, just like cocaine and many other drugs, you got to keep it in a fucking, keep it in an appropriate scale, right? You can have your fun.
Everything's that way. Food's that way. Water's that way.
Everything's that way. So, as long as it's balanced, you're not going overboard, whether it is, cheese or cocaine. I know those are quite different, but as long as you're cool, everyone's cool and no one has a problem with you. But Casey, I am looking for, I'm looking to try to, I don't know what's the best word, but okay, to defend your health, to try to look out for your health and stuff. I'm not your doctor. I'm not, your brother or anything like that. But I do feel that you would probably benefit from what I suggested. And again, yes, pompous maybe. But again, my intention is because I want to see you healthy.
I appreciate that. I'm willing to give it a shot. But
and hey, if I'm wrong, at least you can rub it in my face and say, Dave Rose was wrong. Dude, that is a gold, that not beyond gold. That's like a platinum fucking plaque. People are fucking desperate to get a hold of the Dave Rose is wrong plaque. And, when it's happened, they're like, yes, I proved Dave Rose wrong. Because I admitted I was wrong. So, hey, man, that's a coveted thing, man. Those are really rare.
Well, I'm surprised Drew didn't tell you, but I'm supposed to talk properly and with a different accent on Sunday for the whole show.
Yeah,
what accent?
This Sunday he's got to talk. He's got to talk prim and proper, not an accent.
This is one of the challenges of Casey, right? One of the trials of Casey.
So he can't talk nasally. He's got to talk past that and sound prim and proper and not mispronounce. He's got to make a very concise effort to do so.
Oh man, I can't remember what that movie was called. Do you remember that one where it was they got the girl who was it was a whole bet. It's actually, the original story is called Bacchanalia, but that's not the it was that woman who was. Do you remember that movie? There was a woman who was just a pure fucking gutter rat from England, and they changed her totally to be prim and proper, and they had her speak with marbles in her mouth.
Oh,
I'm sure that somebody, I can't, but they changed. My Fair Lady, maybe.
I don't know
that one. Then that's not the one I was thinking.
I was forced to watch this stuff in school.
Okay,
so I
definitely sounds like something you'd watch in school, though. Because that was wasn't that Audrey Hepburn?
I think this is it. Sorry, it wasn't Bacchanalia. Bacchanalia again means orgy in Greek. No, I was correct, though. My Fair Lady, 1964 musical comedy drama, adapted from the 1956 Lerner and Loewe stage musical based on George Bernard Shaw's 1913 stage play called Pygmalion. another Greek word. So, yes, being stoned and drunk confused me with one Greek word for another. Again, I don't take it up the pooper, and I'm not Greek, so my apologies. But yes, this movie basically depicts a poor Cockney flower seller named Eliza Doolittle. And Henry Higgins apparently, teaches her how to be a more prim and proper person. Now, what was the actor or actress that you mentioned, Drew?
Audrey Hepburn.
Yes, she is the starring role. And damn,
I'm
did she look
with,
good back in
very
those
much
days.
familiar with the movie. I just don't think I've ever seen it.
It's actually it's a good movie, dude. It's enjoyable.
Hey,
and
guys.
I'm not into musicals myself, and I know that many of those that I know who are married have female spouses that are enamored with this sort of abysmal presentation of entertainment, but they are very good people themselves who are able to train themselves to not react in a violent manner while being forced to subjugate themselves to watching these abhorrent crimes. Please continue.
Casey?
No, I'm talking to you, Drew. You're the one who's got the wife. Does she force you to watch this shit? Musicals? And
No. I would actually be more apt to watch an older movie on my own than through her. I mean, anything before 1980, I don't think we've ever really watched together. I'm the one who goes out and branches out on that stuff.
Really? I'm
Yeah,
very.
like 12
Does she like what's it called? Figure skating?
Not that I'm aware of.
How? You know what? I don't care how fucking like insulting it might sound. How old is your wife?
40.
40, and she does.
Yeah.
Now that surprises me. That's 1 year from me, and I'm aware, like you, of stuff that precedes us, stuff that established what we had when we were kids. So it's like, well, I watched the stuff that came before and know the stuff that's now, and now I know what comes along, and she doesn't know this stuff. What? And on top of that, like. Come on. I've never met a woman that wasn't interested in fucking musicals and fucking figure skating and all this fancy fucking female crap and stuff. What? Huh?
Now, musicals, she does get into musicals.
But
we
this
were
is a
talking about old
musical that we're
movies
talking about here.
I mean, maybe she does like that and we've just never watched it together. I don't know.
But musicals in the theater or musicals on film? Because, I mean, shit, what was the movie with the fucking Puerto Ricans, 50 something story?
Oh, Jesus, West Side Story.
There we go. Thank you. See, that's why I don't like this stuff. But I mean, like that's or what's it called? Grease. Like to me, these are movies that are primarily geared towards women, and because they've got the musical aspect, the romantic aspect, it's like I've never found a woman that did not like that stuff.
No, she does. She like Grease. We probably watch that once a year. Ruby likes it, so she'll watch it with us because she likes all the singing and dancing, because that's what she does. So, I mean, maybe I'm not portraying her very well, and she'd probably be better to speak for herself on this. But
no, you're her husband. You can speak for her.
They went and my wife and daughter went and watched Wicked here a week or two ago, like at the Performing Arts Center. And
so then she
so
does
she'll go
like musicals.
Yeah, but I can't speak for her as to whether she's seen My Fair Lady or not. That's all I was saying. When it comes to older movies, I like 12 Angry Men with Henry Fonda is one of my favorite movies.
It's not a musical though, dude.
No, but that's
imagine if it was
I was
though.
Speaking to older movies.
Imagine if it was.
I think
actually, you know what?
guilty.
I'd fucking watch that. I would fucking watch that. Not a big musical guy, but I'd watch that.
Show. It would be such a shit show. You would have to watch it, especially someone who's familiar with the movie, because it's the last thing you'd expect to be a musical.
You know what? I really hope somebody from Washington, from fucking Hollywood is watching me so that they can take this. Like, I don't care how ludicrous it sounds. Yes, make 12 Angry Men into a fucking musical. I will fucking buy the DVD.
It's a shame you couldn't, because obviously they're all dead now, but to have like Henry Fonda and E.G. Marshall be the ones actually playing those roles of singing and dancing to
Oh
the
my
fucking...
no, dude, I'm having a mental orgasm here because it's so fucking funny, and I know it would fucking work. Like, this would literally fucking work in movie form. Stage form, not too much, I don't think, but if you made this into a movie, oh my god, it would work so well.
And everyone would be singing and dancing except for Ed Begley, because he's the old pissed off guy, if you remember. But I'm sure you do, but for the audience, is Ed Begley was the one that just would not come off of it. This guy's guilty. I hate everybody. I hate the world. I hate
Well,
myself.
he wouldn't dance, but he would sing. He'd be
So-
like, no, I won't go, won't agree with all thee.
Oh, man. I'm pretty sure that was him. It was either him or Lee Cobb. Which one was the one that wanted to
I
come
can't
off?
remember.
But it was it was either Juror 3 or 4, right? But nevertheless, it's obviously time for me to watch it again because I'm forgetting which one was which now. But Juror 3 and 4 were the ones that were like the last ones to shift. But that's a good movie, even just for educational purposes, to see how the innocent until proven guilty really fucking works and should be used in such a manner. It's really interesting because most people probably never sat on a jury and don't know exactly how the conversations go. When you watch that people are in deliberations for days, you watch this movie, you'll fucking understand why. And those
which
guys
is why they want to
deliberated
ban
just
it
for
from
an
certain
afternoon.
schools and such. Also, Tiff, of course, Tiff says Grease is my favorite musical of all time, and you sound like literally millions of other women out there. Sorry, Tiff.
She probably had a special dinner prepared when Fox put that live special out. Where did you hear about that? Where they performed it live on Fox?
No, I did not.
Probably 5 or 6 years ago, I would guess, but it had just rained wherever they were shooting it. So they're walking through puddles and shit while they're filming the scenes, but it was all live. So if someone would like fuck up a line, they'd laugh at each other and shit. It was they did a series of them, 2 or 3 different musicals that they did live on Fox as a special presentation. It was kind of a neat idea if you get into musicals and shit, but it was kind of, I like watching shit live. I mean, the same thing on YouTube because you never know what the fuck's going to happen. Someone could fucking fall off the grandstand.
Now, I will say one thing. Looks like Casey is about to speak, but I will say one thing. Number one, my favorite musical is Into the Woods, which is, I don't know if anyone's ever seen that, but it's like a combination of all the different story, like the fairy tales, combined together. Like they all meet. So Snow White, fucking Rapunzel, all these people from fairy tales all end up meeting together, and there's this big adventure and all that sort of thing. So, number one, that's my first thing I wanted to say is that is my favorite musical. It's a very enjoyable musical. They had, I think it was on Broadway during the late 80s, early 90s that they did a production, and I've got the recording somewhere, and it was really great. Second of all, is that literally just yesterday, I believe, I decided to watch an old movie that I hadn't watched in a long time. I didn't end up finishing it, but what is it? It is, in fact, a musical. What's it called? Cry Baby. Have either of you heard of that movie?
I've heard of it, but I don't believe I've seen it. Cry Baby.
Okay.
I would say no.
Okay, so the movie, the premise basically is the 1950s, greaser culture versus, square or nerd culture or whatever. And it stars Johnny Depp, as Crybaby. And it has Tracy Lords in that movie. Ricky Lake was in that movie. Remember her? She was an interviewer and,
You know what? I
afternoon
have
talk
seen this
show
movie.
host
Now that I
for
pull
quite
it
some
up.
time.
Yeah, no, I do know that. I have seen this one.
What's his name? Iggy Pop was in the movie as well.
Mm-hmm.
And it's mostly a musical, but it's not all a musical. So they're going into song during the movie, but it's not all song, like most musical movies are. Is that it's not always song.
Mm-hmm.
It's that there's action, there's romance, there's comedy between the stuff, and then there's times where they just break out singing. Strangely, so I was watching that movie the other day, and it is. It's an interesting movie to say the least. I think it held up fairly well, at least from what I saw. But yeah, I just recommend people checking it out. Apparently, Extreme Shaft knows it. He says with Johnny Depp. Spartan King says Crybaby was awesome. Cora says I have.
Yeah, now that I look it up, I'm familiar with it. It actually wasn't even a box office success. It lost money.
No, but it became one of those cult hits that people just fucking love.
Yeah, Tara had me watch this several years ago. When you said Ricky Lake, that triggered me to remember it, because that was before she got the talk show.
Uh-huh.
Before she lost all the weight.
Yep. But it was a funny movie, and it was. I mean, I remember watching it as a kid and watching it back the other day. I was like, I don't remember that sexual innuendo. Like, there was a lot of stuff in that movie that, I guess passed over my head as a young kid.
Yeah, there were a few movies that way. Even Disney movies do it, like where they put the little thing, like, what was it, where the genie, when he's the bee, and he, like, spells out the word fuck or something, but it's only for a brief second you can see it.
Well, they've been doing that for
like
a while.
penis
Remember the I can't remember what it was called, the Adventurers or something like that. And they had one scene where they're flying on a bird. I think it was like two mice. They passed by a window where a woman was exposing herself, from her groin. And
yeah. And was that Rescuers Down Under?
The Rescuer. No, it was the first one. It was The Rescuers. The Rescuers Down Under was made years later. But yeah, Rescuers.
Gotcha. I do remember that one. There was an article online where you can see a whole slew of them where they,
but
call out.
Ever since then, they've been even like, so Little Mermaid, they had the castle look like a bunch of dicks. They had sex written out in the sky of Lion King. They've been doing this for quite some time.
It's funny, of all things, Disney would do that. But yeah, then they'll do other things.
Well, then you take a look at all the reports of child trafficking and all the underground tunnels underneath Disneyland and Disney World, and things start to come together.
Not so surprising after.
What about the preacher that was in the movie in Little Mermaid having a boner?
Oh yeah. No, it was not the creature. It was the chef at the final scene at the end.
It was the preacher that was there.
Oh, sorry, preacher. I heard creature.
Yeah, the preacher.
You can't blame me on that one, Casey. But
he had a creature in his pants.
No, he was a priest actually, and yes, you could actually see that he got an erection in that scene.
By the way, Casey, your gamer shelf says you left your laptop open and it's on the piss egg. So you might want to take care of that.
Wouldn't the piss egg be on the laptop, not the other way around?
That's what he said. It was on the laptop. You apparently were, fantasizing over the egg that gets pissed on by 10-year-olds, and you left it up.
Oh, my bad.
Again, Casey?
What? Hey.
Who you saying hi to?
Are you in a drive-thru? He's in a drive-thru, I bet.
He might be. Can I? Sorry.
Can I get some cold fries and a freezing cold chicken sandwich?
Casey,
Yes,
are you on your speakerphone?
Yes.
Hunt.
Ask her for her number.
Stupid bitch.
Stupid bitch. Well, I had it turned down. I was trying to mute it so you guys didn't hear me at the drive-thru.
Well, we already heard you. It's too late. Now, why didn't you say?
Do you know that I'm featured on Derailed News and Podcast?
Well, I mean, I'm trying to get Drew subs so I can get more money.
I love how while you're going
Hold on,
through a
subs as
drive-thru,
in
we're
like
talking-
sub sandwiches or like subscribers? Because I think it's more the former.
Well, I mean, I do like subs.
I love subs, dude. Who? Look, you're not human if you hate subs. Sorry.
I mean, I eat subs all the time.
And it shows.
They're good. I mean,
I love how as you're pulling up to the drive-through window, we're talking about 10-year-olds pissing on an egg.
Yeah.
And then she's like, "What are you talking about?" She's like, "Mind your business. I'm doing a show."
I don't think she realized anything.
Have you gotten to the window yet, or were you just at the order thing?
Oh, I'm already gone.
Damn.
He was that stealthy. Got his food without
did
even
you get?
fucking indicating it.
Oh, I was pretty much getting the food when you guys found out.
So Casey, are you gonna go watch a movie now and let this stuff cool down to the point where it's frozen, and then come back and eat it?
It's possible. It's what I mean.
Just say no.
I do let it cool down.
Oh,
I mean,
God. Look, if you don't eat it within 5 minutes, you are some weird individual that I would recommend getting help. Dude, you can't eat fast food past 5 minutes. Also, they want to know, what did you get?
Mickey D's.
No, as in, what was the food that you ordered?
Crispy chicken sandwich with fries, and I got a shamrock shake for later on.
A shamrock shake.
Hey, we were talking.
Unbelievable.
I'm surprised they're serving it so early in the year. Usually they only serve it in March.
Yeah. I asked him, I was like, "Are you guys serving it now?" I'm like, "Yeah." Like, then I want one.
They used to
Give it to me.
When I worked there, we'd get it in around Valentine's Day, and because they just like ship it out to us automatically, and we just go ahead and hook it up. I mean, it wasn't promoted on any of the menus or anything, so it was almost like a hidden item or something for a couple weeks until the materials.
Nostalgia alone makes me want to order it, but to have that available on the menu more often would probably entice me to actually order it.
That's what
you kind of forget it exists.
That's what I told Drew the other day. It was like, I wish they would have it there more often. I would get it.
Of course you'd say that, Casey. Of course you would.
I can't believe this YR is going live over you.
Oh, shit.
Uh-oh.
Have to have a talk with him.
Do I have to open the drama diner again?
Unreal.
I don't see him live.
No,
Oh, no,
it's set.
Yeah, he's set for 7 o'clock.
Yeah,
Opinions,
he's trying to
concerns,
strong arm
questions, RP on life, dating, Skype roundtable. How about you, you've been streaming and I haven't. How about you fuck off, YR? How about you fuck off? I'm giving people what they want.
Man,
29 viewers right now, but we were up to 58 or something in the past. Maybe higher. We're having fun here. Go ahead.
I was just saying, I had to do like 3 drive-bys on him last night just to get him to start talking about shit. they're asking each other, who's going to ask the hard hitting questions? Who's going to ask the hard hitting questions? And then they'd sit there and talk about food for 20 minutes. And I'm like,
they
what the
basically
fuck?
circle jerk.
So I finally told Wire, just add me to the call. And I came in there and I started asking some, I wouldn't call them hard hitting, but I, stirring the pot kind of questions. And I went down the line. I'm like, Minnesota, why are you so obsessed with Tony? RP, why are you, I can't remember what I asked him. Why don't you do your own channel? And Blown in, why do you steal other people's names? And I hung up. And then they all started bickering for about 10 minutes over it. and then
dance, puppets, dance.
So after about 10 minutes or so, it calmed down, and I called back in again, and I asked Keith a question or something, and then that got them going again. So I just quietly hung up and left.
Oh my God, Nicky J is going over me, and he's playing PUBG. Oh my God, it's the end of the world. Oh.
Yeah, what Casey said.
Well, I was kind of scared. I mean, Drew did say drive-bys, so I'm wondering if he was shooting up places.
No, just shooting up drama streams with some drama because, that's what I asked YR. I go, YR, why do you do a 5-hour drama stream and don't talk about drama?
That's a good question.
Man.
That is a good question.
You're vacuuming, motherfucker. What are you doing? Oh, come on, man. And then they start bickering and I get off the call. I may have to do that more often. That was kind of fun.
I would encourage you to do so.
There was no one in the chat either. Usually, even on a quiet night like that for them, there'll be people just kind of conversating. And the last message was 40 minutes ago when I walked in there, and I'm like, what is going on here?
Yeah. You get words of heat, but then there's no heat. Can't do that. Not appropriate.
So I'll have to closely monitor their stream tonight and, maybe stir some shit if I have to. Don't call it a drama stream and then sit there and talk about your facial hair for an hour. It's just, what are you doing?
That's true. That is true.
I mean, I
don't do a drama diner and then just talk about fucking, knitting patterns or some shit.
I mean, I don't do drama streams, but if I set one up, I could definitely, even if there isn't any current drama, I could stir something up, even if it was, just in fun or in jest even. I could get talk going and stir something, but I don't know. You sit there and talk about whether you're going to order wings before a place closes and then eat the wings on air and
Yeah, there's a lot lacking when it comes to that camp. But no, apparently Jacob thinks himself the greatest thing since sliced bread.
He's been doing better. The last few episodes or shows that he's been on, he came onto mine and, he talked to the topic and, cordial, good conversation and everything. So, and, he's done that with Wire. I mean, I'm giving them shit about last night, but, he wasn't, being a bitch or stirring up shit or anything like that. He was just hanging out and, trying to bring some sort of conversation to it,
I don't know about that.
Well, but he wasn't doing filibuster RP kind of stuff, the stuff that pisses people off.
Yeah,
So,
but when you allow for people like Jacob RP to be on, you're sort of inviting for that to occur.
Yeah, and maybe it will tonight, by hook or by crook, if you know what I mean. But
what does he have planned tonight? Is there
other than that title? I don't know. I haven't talked to him.
You haven't.
I mean, I talked to YR a little bit earlier, but it had nothing to do with his show or anything.
Interesting.
It's opinions, concerns, questions. So I don't know. It looks like one of those nights where they sit on air and wait for something to happen.
Yeah.
So maybe someone's gonna have to make it happen.
But that's the thing, though. I'm making it happen here, and he wants to go live. He's been going live, for the past few days and stuff. I've been, busy doing other things, and now at this point, he wants to go live again and potentially go over me. Interesting.
Something to think about. I do have to hop off for a minute and call home. If you're still on, you want me to just hop back on, or should I actually call and do the right thing?
No, you can go back. You can hop back on.
Okay. All right. I'll be back.
All right. There goes Drew. We'll see what YR do. Skype lines remain open for anyone who wishes to call in. I'm thinking about dinner right now. Not to make it right now, but I'm thinking I might do some pasta tonight. A little fettuccine. Maybe I make a little fettuccine Alfredo sauce. Or maybe I'll just use some regular tomato sauce. But, yeah, I'm starting to get ready to eat a meal. Not sure if you guys have had food yet, and if so, what you've had. But why don't you share that in the chat here? Like I said, Skype lines remain open. We're going to wait a bit for Drew, see if he comes back, and talk a little more. But, I think we're getting to the point where we're going to begin the process of wrapping up. Not necessarily now, but, at least begin that. Unless, say, somebody else wants to call in. We are offering a great free show here tonight. Hi, Shid. Hi. And, yeah, there's a lot that has been discussed so far. This video has been going for, after all, 4 hours and 30 minutes. Look at that. So, all for you, the people. And always open to any interaction that somebody would like to provide. And you can always reach me on Skype. You want, you can send me an email to Gmail, deviousdaverose@gmail.com. And, Instagram, deviousdarose. There you go. Those are 3 ways of reaching me right now, if you wish to do so. Just looking at a few comments in the chat there. Just to respond, Jacob RP, seems to be getting a little too big for his britches. And he has been, talking some shit. I confronted him the other day when I went into Wire's show. But we'll see how he chooses to act when it comes to acting like an adult or just having a tantrum. Have no idea what Tony's going on about. Apparently he's still live, so let's just quickly check in. Let's just see what's going on. Let's just have some fun. 5 viewers.
That would make it.
Has Sith Negan ever been here? What's your report of Sith?
I don't think he even knows. I don't even think he knows who I am.
I think they're reviewing Joe Cronin.
How wouldn't he? He's a big fan of the show.
Well, he probably does, but yeah, he probably does. But I don't. He's never messed with me. I don't think he's. He doesn't. He doesn't donate to me or anything. He donates to only a couple people in the community, but definitely not me.
I want some spicy stuff. No spicy.
Cool.
I wanted the
all
spice.
your time to do that, dude. Come on.
Give me the spice.
Yeah, that definitely wasn't me. I've had my fair share of impersonators, though. For some reason, people get off on impersonating me. I don't know why.
But I was trying to find that little squabble with fucking you and Shithead, and I obviously covered it a couple days ago. That shit had me fucking.
I can't do this. I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to close this video. This is too slow. I don't even want to fucking click. I'll go faster. Now, this was just sent to me. Apparently, Seaman produced this video. Let's check it out.
Yo, alien. Just wanted to tell you that your sister's hot. Hey, yo, alien. Just wanted to tell you that your sister's hot.
Okay. So that was sent to me, obviously to stir shit. I don't know why you're sending that to me. I'm going to have to give you a black note on your record, Sparrow. If you get too many of those, then you'll have to deal with something. But I'm not interested in that because we've moved on. We've moved on to greater things. And yes, there could be those these days that might speak drama. But come on. Look at what I did. I wrecked people. And yeah, you might have people who think that they're not irrelevant. But we pay them so little attention that it really doesn't matter in the end. So it's just very comical to listen to this sort of thing. Now, let's go back to the chat here. Bam's quite active. Bam says, RP is so boring. He's unbearable. I can't believe people think he's tolerable. I certainly don't. Ryan the Heel says, why they survive Baltimore? Not too sure. Or would they survive Baltimore? Not too sure what that refers to. Shout out to the 37 viewers right now. Let me quickly check the Skype. Oh, a little clip that's been provided me by a little sparrow. You cute little sparrow. I love you all. Let's play it. Come on. I said play it.
Yeah, I mean, see, like, people want to shit on us, but at the end of the day, like, I have people that are here constantly that, enjoy it here, and people want to shit on them. People want to shit on you guys. People are shitting on you guys. Just remember that. Just remember that.
I'm bored.
All fucking chat is fake accounts. What do you mean?
No.
I don't think I have one real person in there.
I know, yeah. I'm bored.
All fucking chat is fake accounts.
Yeah, meanwhile we have 34 viewers currently. We've had many more. We have people like Costanza, Tiff, Bam, Casey's Raw, Derailed, Cora, all these people who have stuck around. Even Travis, for example, even with his commie ways. We have people who have done exactly what you said, but on my channel here. So, I don't know about that. Go back here to this chat in another message. Oh. Okay. And yeah, so again, Skype lines are open. If anyone wants to call in, anyone wants to address what's been going on, feel free to do so. And yeah, there we go. Chat says, Tiny is always so upset. Bam says, sure, Casey, you went to beat off, don't lie. Quite a few comments in the chat. It's been quite a busy afternoon. A lot of people came through. A lot of comments were left. And yeah, we've had a nice little chill hangout afternoon. And I do like these. And many people did say that they wanted to see more of them. So yeah, here we are, having a little chill hangout. But yeah, if you want me to go further, let me know. I mean, a few donations here and there might help me out, but you know, other than that, we've gone through quite a lot. I mean, we've been going for 4 hours and 40 minutes, just about. I've had fun. Talked about a lot of things. Had a lot of people in here, actually. Glad to have Ken on here, for example. We had YR as well. And yeah, just good to have a nice interaction with others. Thino Heat says Casey is making plans to off Walken. What, Christopher Walken? Not sure if I can approve that. Not sure if there's anything going on tonight in regards to streams. At one point, Ken would do his live wires on Wednesday, but I don't know if he's going to do that tonight. Yeah, don't really think anyone else is planning to do anything tonight. I don't know. Maybe if the stars are aligned, maybe I'll go live later on tonight. But for the most part, I've been quite happy with what we did so far. We had a nice little hangout stream. It was quite chill, different feel from the normal stuff, especially the drama stuff. And again, just showing that I can do things like I say I can. And don't need to involve any drama. Oh, look at this. We got Derailed News and Podcast.
When I hung up, I thought Casey was still on here, so I thought there'd be a call to rejoin. But no, I was just calling back as promised. I'm trying to remember where we left off, though.
I don't remember.
But I tuned in for a second. It sounds like you might be thinking about dinner anyways and wrapping her up. So I don't want to keep you from that.
I could keep going. I mean, I could pull a Joey Beg and get a few donations, and that'll keep me going. But
buy a pizza, get a pie sent to the house.
Well, I don't know. I have to take my crossbow out to the lawn and make sure it's them.
I mean, yeah, no, I lost my thought there. I'm going to have wings tonight. All this talk with wings, I had some on Monday, and I'm going to have it again. Excellent. With the Super Bowl and everyone. I was the only person that didn't eat wings on Super Bowl Sunday.
What did you eat on Sunday?
I had an early dinner. I think I just grabbed some leftovers out of the fridge. I can't even remember what it was now.
Scrap sandwich.
I know I wanted it to be something that would, it was something like that, because I knew it would, whatever it would have to hold me for 7 hours because we were starting so early. So
and you
I just had a really early dinner.
It was so inconsequential, you don't even know what it was.
Not at this point. Wow. If I thought hard enough about it, I could probably tell you, but it was likely something left over because I didn't bring out the pots and pans and cook anything.
You just took whatever you could just slap together.
Well, yeah. I mean, my wife and daughter were busy because they had a birthday party and they were going straight from there to the Super Bowl party. Of course, I was doing my thing as I've been doing, so I was kind of left to my own. So I got my shit ready and did what I had to do on Sunday, and then had a couple hours left. I'm like, well, I really don't want to pull out a bunch of shit and cook. So that's where I just kind of scoured the fridge and grabbed something. Yeah, it wasn't anything that important. And I so much despise eating on air that unless it's a bit, I won't do it. I will find a way to eat before or suffer through until I'm done. I can't do that.
Yeah, no, I hear you. I don't like eating on air. I don't like making those noises, and I hate hearing those. So I would not subject others to the same thing.
It's one of those things. If I know as a viewer I don't like someone doing something, I won't do it. Even though Ken makes it work on his show and it's funny and everything, he's got the sound bites and sound drops. I'm not a big fan of that. So I'm not going to do that. I may have one here and there. Like, I think I took your silence and played it a couple times, but the guys on the show can't even hear it. So it's like, I really won't do that too often. I could probably think of a couple more examples, but there's just pet peeves over the years. And I'm really observant to stuff of that sort. Like, oh, a person calls in and doesn't have their radio turned down. It's like, we learned that shit in the 90s. You probably learned it in the 80s. It's like, I would go out of my way when I would call the radio station here in town to, even though I knew it may take a couple minutes and I might not be on the same topic they're on it, I was not going to have that radio. And you go to the producer first, and he, bets the call and everything and makes sure you're good to go on air. But like, I hear someone echoing when they come on the call and it's like, get the fuck out of here, you're done. Like, I can't do it. And to the point where I don't even like calling in on my phone. Now I'm kind of forced to when I'm out of town. But there's been times that I've called you on my phone before where it didn't come through too well. That annoys me. Like, you should have your shit together when you're going to call into a show. If you're going to call in, Tommy calling in from his phone and staring at his fucking nose hairs pisses me off to no end. So if it's avoidable, I will not call in on my phone. I even had equipment that I traveled with at one point, but that became such a. Did I hear something?
Yeah, it's a donation.
Nice.
We've got a donation from the one and only Casey is Raw. And what does he have to say? He says, thanks for having me on, Dave. Please find a way to cancel Drew.
Oh, now he's jumping on the train with Travis on that. Cancel Drew. I think he needs to be canceled. He's trying to kill Christopher Walken.
Well, if you want a straight kill for this whole thing, show your lawyer his clip, calling Heistman the N-word, and I think you've got it in the bag. Especially if your lawyer is from Baltimore or Cleveland or a place of very high black populace. I'm sure that it will definitely generate the outrage you need to sue Drew into oblivion.
Isn't it funny? Out of 4 years of potential clips people could have on me, and that's the one thing they can always go back.
That's the only one that can take you down.
And that's the one thing that I know. I've spoken with Heist multiple times over the years about that. He really doesn't give a fuck. So, try it.
Yeah, you're going to have a bunch of black people like, no, we told him to do that. Like, what are you fucking talking about? It's like Trump. It's just like you can't catch him on shit. It's like, it's just, you can make up all this shit, and yet you still can't. Like, oh, he grabbed somebody by a pussy. Oh, he hates black people, and it's like, no, that's not really the case.
And this is a little bit off topic. It's political, though, is what made me think about it. And I get it that Canada's Canada, U.S. is U.S., but it's enraging to me to hear people pissed off that truckers are blocking roads, yet BLM was being praised in 2020, even when they weren't burning their cities down. Yep. They were just sitting in the middle of the road. Oh, such a peaceful protest. Well, wait. No, blocking a road is not considered peaceful.
I want to add one thing is that they did that during, there was a gay parade or something. Trudeau was there in Toronto. They did that, and they stopped all the flow of traffic. Now, somebody, who's tasked with protecting the Prime Minister, for example, that knows that he's in open air and that, you might have snipers in certain locations. This now creates a massive security problem for trying to protect the Prime Minister, who is, exposed to all these potential threats. Like, that alone should have caused BLM to be declared a terrorist organization here in Canada, had them all arrested, because regardless of what I think of Trudeau, is that they literally endangered his life as the leader by stopping this parade and causing this big fucking, hoopla there in, a street when it exposed the Prime Minister to potential assassination.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
it's just the double standards because Trudeau was probably sitting there praising all the fucking shit that was
Oh,
happening
dude,
here in the
he's been
U.S. in
photographed
2020.
kneeling for BLM.
Yeah. So he was all behind all that shit, the blocking of the fucking roads and everything. But now all of a sudden, these are
Dude, he
racist
doubled
terrorists.
down. He
because
doubled down saying, "Oh, I've supported other protests in the past, like Black Lives Matter and stuff, but this convoy is illegal." Blah blah blah. So he doubled down in that statement.
Dude, where do they get these retards to run countries? I swear. You either
MK
get
Ultra helps a lot. They get a useful idiot who is trained from youth to just parrot words. They read the speeches that are given to them. Meanwhile, and we can notice this with Trudeau, like Gerald Butts and others, they're the puppet masters. They're the real ones who are connected to Carl Schwab, George Soros, and several others, where they basically just feed the words and the lines to the politicians, and those politicians, whether Canadian or American, just repeat them.
Well, and Trudeau even more so. He's a second-generation prime minister, and his grandfather had huge ties to the government as well.
His father.
It's in his blood.
Father.
No, his father was prime minister, but his grandfather also had a lot of what. He wasn't in politics, but he had a lot of connections.
Well, true. True.
It's a family of politicians, so he comes by it even more dishonestly, I guess would be a better way to put it. But
he's a trust fund kid. He inherited a $1.5 million Mercedes from his father. It's a gull wing Mercedes from the 1960s. This thing is valued at about 1.5 million. And plus, he obviously got a lot of money.
I would not want to live that life where just shit is handed to me because, and no one should be that way because it turns someone into a fucking pussy snob.
Well,
I don't
did you
know
ever
how
hear that Matthew Perry beat Trudeau up?
Really?
Matthew Perry, yes, Canadian actor on Friends. As a kid, and there's a video out there on this. I could play it later.
That's great.
Basically came out and said, yeah, we beat the kid up. We beat Trudeau up when he was a kid.
And you said there's a video of it?
Yeah, he's interviewed.
Oh my gosh. Oh, he's interviewed. Oh, I thought you meant of the fight.
No,
no. Oh man.
No,
that would have
in
a
the
billion
90s.
views.
Nobody was there with a camera, but.
Oh, that would have been something. I'm trying to look up Trudeau's grandfather because I was reading about this a while back. Charles Emile Trudeau, French-Canadian attorney and businessman. Where was it? Just the line of work that he was in, he was a strong supporter of the Conservative Party. That's interesting because his son and grandson weren't.
True.
Huh. So maybe his grandfather did have a little more sense.
So Brian Wire is going live in 30 minutes.
Would he bump the time?
Yeah, obviously.
He heard us talking.
Oh, definitely.
Come on. Oh, man. And I know everyone has different time schedules and lifestyles or whatever, that makes their availability different. But dude, I do what I do when I do it. And if someone wants to get pissed about it, they can fucking deal with it. I don't understand the bumping of the times. Didn't Tony do that one day for like 3 hours? Bump his time because you were live. It's like just go.
I've seen him do that
thing.
with me and do that with other people. So
I don't have the time to do that shit. When I've got something, I've got a time frame. I've got basically, it's after my daughter goes to bed, and the longer I wait, less sleep I get. So I need to get in there, get it done, and get it over with. I can't acquiesce to anyone else over that, or I'm never going to do it. There's times Ken will be on. It's like I've got new stuff I got to do. Sorry, but you got to do what you got to do. If I sat around at home all day, then maybe I could, work that around. But, if we all have our own viewers, then, why do they care whether someone else is live or not? Just do your thing. They either watch it now or they watch it later. Or they don't. Who cares? I don't know. I've tried to be respectful when I can of people's times, but I don't have the time to do that in most cases. I had a little bit of that luxury during COVID and all the lockdowns. Beyond that, yeah. Fuck Trudeau though, as Bullseye said, or he said fuck Walken. I'll say fuck Trudeau. That guy is. As I was saying, just most politicians, they're either extremely smart and then like fucking. I was talking to Travis about this. That they're smart, but they're also very tend to be the more evil dictators, in a way. And then, or you've got an absolute idiot that just runs his country into the ground, like Biden, Trudeau, or whatever. There's so few countries out there that have just a normal person that's doing their best for their country. Maybe in Africa you'll find a little, but I can't think of anywhere else where world politics has warped their minds so much, that they worry about themselves instead of their country. And it's like, these are the people that shouldn't be running the country. And that's why I feel like Trump was a better, a fair solution to that idea. Like, he's going to give more of a fuck about the average person and not some political gain. Because what is his political gain? He was never a politician.
I do love listening to those older monetized thises where you were going against Leah in regards to her thoughts on the whole matter.
When I saw you were going live today, I was like, oh, is this what he's going to do? But then I saw it was Chill Stream or whatever. I'm like, yeah. I'll tell you, if you could round those up, you could definitely do a few hours just going over it and reminiscing on the viewpoints versus the reality. And I'm not saying I'm fucking genius or anything, but I will call myself, as I told you, Nostradamus, where, I called some of this shit. Like, is the 2 weeks really all it's going to be? Is it just going to be these 2 weeks and then everybody goes back to normal? No, because you weren't going to eradicate the thing, because there's going to be first responders. There's going to be the people in the food industry that are going to be out there. There's no eradication of this thing. It's here, just like the flu. They never got rid of the flu. We just live with it. We deal with it. And yeah, I wish I had some of those clips handy right now, because there was a few I was listening to the other day, and I was just like, wow, called that one too. And I'm not a toot my own horn kind of guy, but I knew from the get-go. And when I said this is going to be the new norm, is once a year we're going to have to throw on masks because we're going to be afraid of all these diseases now. And although not exactly how I called it, what I saw was eventually COVID would end, and then every winter when the flu numbers and everything spike up, everyone's going to freak out and put masks on, because we've conditioned people that way now. But that's more so now. Like, I don't think you'll ever see people stop wearing masks. Even when the mandates go away, you'll still see more people with masks than before. Especially I guarantee you, when COVID's gone and numbers spike, because the COVID numbers spike during holidays because more people spent time with each other. And there's just so much going on that anything that's transmittable is going to spike over holiday season. And that was kind of what I was getting at there, and that people are going to react more negatively to it now, where we used to go, oh, I got the flu, but I'm going to go to work anyways because fuck it. Now you can't have a cough and go to work. You got to stay home. And I don't think I still stand by that. Where I think once COVID does finally go away, there's still going to be people that freak out, and you may even see brief mandates here and there over the holidays. Stay away from your family, or get this or do that. When we brought up, this was the one, Dave, when and again, this was March, April of 2020. There was no vaccine. We were so far from that happening. That didn't come until 2021, or right at the end of 2020. And I said, what was it? I said that these things don't work because they're always for the mutation before, not the current. And I said, with the flu, you take the vaccine, but it's got last year's dose in it, or last year's version of the flu in it. So it's virtually irrelevant to the following year. I get more sick when I get the jab than if I don't get it at all. And I said it's just going to be the same thing where with COVID, it's just going to get a new variant, and you're going to be taking the jab from the previous variant. And everyone's just going to be chasing their own tail, and it's not going to accomplish a whole lot. People are still going to get sick, and look what happens. Alpha, Delta, Beta, whatever the fuck they're all called. There you go. Nostradamus. I'm a fucking idiot, right?
Yeah.
So.
All right. Well, that's some great input, Drew. And yes, people can go back and listen to this and hear for themselves, because I heard it too. And it was
you knew you'd trigger me by bringing that up.
Well, it is what it is. But I thought it was comical, and I did listen to it because we were talking about it the other day.
I think it was 255 and 256 if people wanted to go back and find it for themselves. I think it was in that ballpark.
Yeah, I think it was episode 256, and
coincidentally the same one that Bullfrog was exposed for all of his sexual misconduct.
Yeah.
So you got a
whole
whole
lot in that
as you would put it, a plethora of things.
Yes, absolutely. But
it happened after that.
What's that?
That discussion happened after that. It was like at the 3-hour mark, if I remember. Like, we went right into the Bullfrog stuff, and that's kind of the hidden gem at the end, is the going back and listening to COVID talk.
True.
Yeah. I sense that you're wanting to wrap it up.
Yeah, basically, yeah. I'm not faring as well as Joey Begbeg, so no donations means the show doesn't continue. So, and plus I've been going for, what have I given? 5 hours, something like that? 5 hours, yeah, 5 hours. So, again, very little e-begging. No, well, a few donations tonight. I appreciate every single one, but, no bombs and nukes and all that stuff that people are like, oh my God, Dave Rose. Blah. No, we had a nice, chill hangout stream. And I enjoyed it. And I don't need to talk drama. And it was great to hang out with all these people. And yeah, I talked a little drama. But for the most part, we kept it chill. We kept it hangout. And we had a few great callers. So, Drew, I do appreciate you calling in.
Yeah, thanks for taking my call, man. These are great every now and then. Just have a chill out session and bullshit about whatever. And I think even though they maybe don't bring the numbers, I think people can really appreciate just listening to people talk about video games.
Well, we got close to 60 viewers tonight, so I don't think that was that bad.
Yeah. All right. Well, Dave, have a good evening, and I'm sure talk to you soon.
Keep slinging that cheese.
Will do.
Educate the Walmart Americans as to what good quality is, and tell them to stop buying Kraft singles.
Absolutely. Kraft needs to go away. At least they're singles. Jesus.
Exactly.
But, all right. Have a good one.
All right. Take care, Drew. You can check out him on the Derailed News and Podcast channel. I do believe he may have a video that might be going up tonight, if not tomorrow night. Pre-recorded, but always good content. So, yeah, I do appreciate every single one of you for joining us here tonight. I'm going to sign off, and I'm sure that YR is going to immediately jump on and start to stream. But I think we had a good night. I talked about a lot of different things, and it was fun. So, on that note, I am Devious Dave Rose. Who knows when you'll see me next time, but when you do, you'll see me then. Makes sense. So, I shall see you